have no idea to this day what that lady was singing about. The truth is, I don't want to know. I tell you, that voice saw it. It was like some kind of pink dinosaur walked into a drab little cage and used its powerful tail to knock those walls away. And for the briefest of moments, every last man at Shawshank was a pink little dinosaur too.
Well, hello, everybody. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. It's Tuesday, August 25th, 2026, and I apologize for being a little bit late today. I was out running some errands this morning, and then one of my lights here in the office fell down, and had to spend some time putting that back up, and had some other technical difficulties, and you know how these things go, right? Anyway, I'm glad you're here now. We're gonna have a fun stream. Let's talk about it. Well, for one thing, Dolly Parton has passed away, and I was saddened to hear that. So we'll be talking about her scientific legacy, which I don't feel like is going to get as much play as it should. There's a lot of different things in science named after Dolly Parton. A few species. There's one dinosaur named after her, not a species of dinosaur, but a really important specimen. And then, well, yeah, we'll also be talking about her financial contributions to science as well. And then whatever kind of other questions you might have in general about fossil science, because, well, if you're new here, let me introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. Talking about the things that I work on, about fossil science, about paleontology. I mostly work on dinosaurs, but I want to say right at the outset that paleontology is so much more than just dinosaurs. Dinosaurs are kind of like the tip of the iceberg here. Paleontology is the study of the history of life on Earth as seen through the fossil record. It stretches about 3 or 4 billion years into Earth's past. Dinosaurs are only the last 250 million of that, less than that, really. Paleontology is the study of everything from fossil bacteria to fossil bats and bears and baleen whales. From fossil ferns to fossil frogs and everything in between. Dinosaurs, again, are just part of that. But there happen to be what I study, what I publish on in the scientific literature, and what I dig up during the summers. I just got back from Utah, was it 2 weeks ago now? Alright, I guess so. Where I spent 3 weeks with the Utah Geological Survey, digging up a brand new species of iguanodont dinosaur. And we were streaming that the whole time too, 7 days a week. So, yeah, I don't know. It's good to be back in civilization for a while though, and we'll see what happens on today's stream. Q&A is really the bread and butter of what we do here, so if at any point you have any questions about what we're talking about, or even questions more broadly about fossil science in general, about natural history, about extinction, evolution, biodiversity, anything like that, don't hesitate with those questions. Anyway, welcome to Paleontology. Let's see who's here in the chat. And there you go, Sharky. Well, actually, that one light had fallen down months ago, and I just figured, oh, let me put it up real quick, and I didn't expect it to take an entire hour. Kodali may or may not have been first today, but welcome, Kodali. Good to see you. I hope things are good. Golganek, what's shaking? Howdy, howdy. Rakabosh. R.I.P. Dolly, indeed. And Sharkbait and M.W. Ibs. Devo G27 and Gav1816. Fake 2D, Salty Anchor, Randomness. And Shark Geek. How are you doing, Shark Geek? I do hope you're having a good day. It's good to see you, as always. Did I say hello to you, Devo G27? Howdy, howdy. Miar Aznabal and Wolvulus. Kalesli. And Cast the Dreamer. Dr. Hubs. And Nerduino. How are you doing, Nerduino? Howdy, howdy. Tasha85. I don't think I've seen that name before. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. Brave Emily Tentacle. Worst Penguin. Aid 112. Danish Viking. Kanto Arcade. Son of Austerlitz. Flicked. Coakinesis, Canna Banana Dial, Stadler and Waldorf, hello to you too. Dr. Tara, Japanese Notosaur, I did see that. Nippon Pelta. I saw a headline at least. I haven't read the paper yet. I'm not sure the paper's out yet. Cactus Jack, howdy, howdy. Lordy, what's shaking with you? Good to see ya. Yeah. Off Kilter Photo, howdy, howdy. And Charlie's Dragon, science indeed. Good to have you here. Eddie Indeed, welcome back. Good to see you too. Yeah. And Coakinesis says, see, Danny's already used to seeing me here. Told you all I'd be a regular. It's good to have you here, Coakinesis. I appreciate your viewership and just chiming into the chat. And Captain Bud Maniac, hello to you too. Welcome, welcome. And to all of the mysterious silent lurkers, you are not obligated to type anything into the chat, but I'm glad you're watching. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. We're gonna have a fun stream. Before I forget, let's do a quick screenshot for Blue Sky. Let's see if that's any good. There we go. That'll work. Yeah. Excellent. Posted here. Whoop. I was trying to sync the cameras up earlier, so sorry about that. Didn't work, but it was worth a try. Getting the lighting and hue and saturation and exposure and everything linked up between two different kinds of cameras is not the easiest. Let's see. Our usual paleontology Q&A on stream today. But also discussing the scientific legacy of Dolly Parton. From dinosaur specimens and lichen species to cloned sheep. She was admired enough by enough scientists sounds too detached. Shoot. Let's axe that. It's a namesake for everything from dinosaur specimens to lichens. Most famous sheep. Join us in chat at twitch.tv/paleontologizing. Quick screenshot of me in my office wearing a leatherback turtle t-shirt. I designed and printed myself with a whole host of diplodocid dinosaur stuff. On the wall behind me. From 3D printed skulls to framed scientific figures. As you may have guessed, one of the critters that was named after Dolly Parton is a diplodocid dinosaur. So we'll be talking about that in a little bit. That looks good. Let's post it.
Hold on to your butts.
There we go. Yeah. Excellent. And here is a link if you'd like to interact with this post. There you go. Yeah. And who else has joined us in the chat? Off the Kilter Photo, Dr. Terra, Son of Austerlitz. I agree that Blue Sky is superior to Twitter. I can't really do Twitter anymore. It's gone so far downhill. Raven says, I have a fun fact. You can't just tell us that you have a fun fact. You gotta share it. What's your fun fact? Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you here, Raven. And Claire, good to see you too. Welcome, welcome, Claire. I hope you were able to sort out that banking nonsense. Don't get me started. I just had a thing recently where my credit score dropped precipitously because the credit card company got purchased by a different credit card company, and somebody must have pushed some sort of wrong button or something, but it like deactivated my card, and then the credit agencies freaked out. And all of this has happened like while I was in the field, and don't get me started. Anyhow, Elise Bid. What's shaken? Hello, hello. And was Dolly Parton the sheep cloning person? She did not clone the sheep, but Dolly the sheep was named after Dolly Parton. We'll talk a little bit about that. Yeah. And let's see. Ruiz Mario, hello, hello. Oh, and Canna Banana Dial wanted to know, does the process of fossilization hint at any major microbiome changes on geological scales? Like cellulose or other compounds being digestible? I don't know enough about that. I've heard... This might be one of those things that just gets often repeated without really being confirmed. But I've heard that the reason why there's so much coal from the Carboniferous period, or the Mississippian and Pennsylvanian, as we say here in the States, that all of that plant material was compressed into carbon-rich gunk, which later was compressed into coal, because the kinds of fungi and other decomposers that would normally break that kind of thing down hadn't evolved yet. And I don't know if that's true. I don't know.
No other creature in the world looks like a half-plucked
well.
and walks like a pot-bellied bear.
Disco Fountain, thank you for the 19 months of support. Woohoo, indeed. Thank you for keeping me here online for the past 19 months, Disco Fountain. Thank you very much for that. That's excellent. I hope you're doing well. Thanks for supporting Science Outreach here on Twitch. I don't know whether that's actually a good explanation for Carboniferous coal. Carboniferous period. Okay, here we go. I guess I was right to be a little bit leery about that. There's ongoing debate as to why this peak in the formation of Earth's coal deposits occurred during the Carboniferous. The first hypothesis, not theory really, known as the delayed fungal evolution hypothesis, proposes that a delay between the development of trees with wood fiber lignin and the subsequent evolution of lignin-degrading fungi give a period of time when vast amounts of lignin-based organic material could accumulate. Genetic analysis of basidiomycete fungi, which have enzymes capable of breaking down lignin, supports this theory by suggesting that the fungi evolved during the Permian, which is after the Carboniferous, obviously. However, significant Mesozoic and Cenozoic coal deposits formed after lignin-digesting fungi had become well established. And fungal degradation of lignin may have already evolved by the end of the Devonian, even if the specific enzymes used by basidiomyocetes had not. The second theory is that the geographical setting and climate of the Carboniferous were unique in Earth's history. The co-occurrence of the position of the continents across the humid equatorial zone, high biological productivity, and low-lying, waterlogged, and slowly subsiding sedimentary basins, along the thick accumulation of peat, sufficient to account for the peak in coal formation. So interesting. I guess this is still something that's argued over. But, yeah. Here's a link if you want to read more about this. But it was a good question. I think the answer is nobody knows. We're not totally sure. Yeah. Anyway, Charlie's Dragon, you had heard correctly about this. That is one of the main ideas, yeah. Yeah. And Raven, shoot, I'm sorry you haven't been getting a lot of sleep. I hope that resolves soon. That's lousy. Sleep is important. Yeah. And Diplodocid Telekinesis, yeah, so this is from Diplodocus, basically this dinosaur here. If you're from the UK, you're probably familiar with Dippy the Diplodocus, who is from Wyoming. I still think it's really funny that despite fossil science, despite dinosaur paleontology especially, having been born in the UK, in England, the most famous dinosaur in the UK is from Wyoming. Dippy the Diplodocus. Anyway, yeah. And Dolly Parton didn't even do the cloning herself? She did not, Lordy. No. We'll probably talk a little bit about Dolly today. The sheep and the cultural icon. And what Tyrannosaurid or Tyrannosauroid skull should I sculpt next, says Ruby's Mario. That's a good question. What would I most like to see? Do we have any skull material from Stokesasaurus? No, we have hip elements. Okay, we'll scratch that. How about, a dialogue? There we go. Do we have a decent skull from dialogue? Yeah, skull and skeleton, there we go. Dialogue would be really cool, and there we go, look at that. Beautiful. If you could use this as a model for sculpting a 3D skull, a non-crushed skull, that would be really neat. Dylong would be an excellent choice there, Ruiz. Dylong Paradoxus. Yeah. One of the earliest of the non-protoceratosaurid tyrannosauroids. There it is. Here on this tree, it comes out as the most basal. It is from the early Cretaceous or Jurassic of China? Early Cretaceous of China. Yeah, there you go. Cool. Anywho, yeah. And so anyway, this is the skull of Dippy right here, of Diplodocus, which is a partial sculpt. It's kind of funny. It's, nowadays, we know that Diplodocus' skull looked a little bit different from this, but yeah. Anyway. Dippy is British to me, says the Raven. I mean, thoroughly British animal, I guess, in some ways. Yeah. There we go.
To see Dippy the Diplodocus broken down into his 86 pieces is rather disconcerting.
It's always, well, here, actually, I've been told this by somebody who works at the NHM in London, that they've shied away from using female pronouns or feminine pronouns for this Diplodocus because in the UK, apparently the word dippy has a negative connotation. And it's sometimes used as like a, just say unkind things about ladies, I guess. I don't know. Apparently the word dippy means like frivolous or stupid. And so they don't want to associate that with, even though all of the paleontologists I know who have spoken about this specimen affectionately referred to it as she. That's just kind of the tradition. In the UK, apparently there's like cultural hang-ups about that. So the word dippy is like, it has a different meaning in the UK, apparently. Here, it doesn't really mean anything, but there, I guess it means stupid. So, yeah.
It is, after all, his very size and stature that has delighted so many children and adults. But after a break in boxes, Dippy is preparing to marvel once more at a museum in Dorset. This, the first stop of a grand tour.
It's a bit like a rock star, so Dippy's having a tour around the UK.
This video was from 8 years ago.
Go down to London, and you know Dippy's part of the national collection. The museum holds 80 million specimens,
and what's funny is that these are not the actual bones. This is a plaster cast. It has tremendous cultural significance in the UK, but it was just a gift from like this American robber baron guy, Andrew Carnegie, back in the early 1900s. It's literally just made of plaster, but it's a huge deal in the UK, which is really funny. The original is in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. The original fossils, the holotype of Diplodocus carnegii.
It's part of the national collection, and so we actually wanted Dippy to get out of London and to tour around. Some people can come and see him in their region.
Dippy was unveiled in 1905, the replica of a skeleton found in the United States.
And not one skeleton. There's actually the parts of about, I think, between 3 and 5 different dinosaurs that were cast for this. So I think there's 2 different Diplodocus specimens, and then part of the hind limbs, I think, were Camarasaurus. And then I think a few of the tail vertebrae may have been Apatosaurus or something like that. And then the skull, I think, was entirely sculpted. But that's based on a different Diplodocus skull that was found elsewhere. But anyway, what I have right here, this skull, is a 3D print, life-size, of the original Dippy skull sculpt that was put on here. So it's an exact copy of what you'd see in the UK on Dippy. And is that because of weight? I think they just didn't have a great... They didn't have a good skull associated with the original fossil material. And so it might have been William Holland who sculpted it back in the day. If you want to learn about this, there's 2 excellent books I could recommend. Let me grab those real quick. Right here. This one has actually won a number of awards. Bone Wars by Tom Rhea is not actually about the Bone Wars. It's kind of a confusing title. But it's about the excavation and celebrity of Andrew Carnegie's dinosaur. So it's all about Dippy and her discovery, and this is kind of like the earlier part of the story. And then this book, An American Dinosaur Abroad, is about Andrew Carnegie making replicas of this Diplodocus skeleton and then sending them around the world to different places in what he used to call dinosaur diplomacy. Here, I think it's been a while since we pulled up a clip about this, so... There we go.
To see another day. Much of what we know about Diplodocus is the result of American philanthropy on the grand scale. Not long after the bone wars were over, another American millionaire became fascinated by dinosaurs. Andrew Carnegie, who made a fortune out of steel, read a story in the New York Journal of 1898.
Yep.
The headline said, biggest
Famous front
dinosaur
page.
ever found.
It actually said, most colossal animal ever on Earth, just found out west. Yeah.
Andrew Carnegie wanted it. He wanted it for his museum in Pittsburgh. And what Andrew Carnegie wanted, he usually got. He immediately dispatched a man with a check for $10,000 and the orders, buy it.
In 1895, Carnegie had made his fortune in railroads and steel, and he decided to give to Pittsburgh a palace of culture. And the palace had 4 columns. One was art, another was literature, another was music, and the 4th was science. And in 1898, science meant dinosaurs.
I would argue that in 2026, science still means dinosaurs. Maybe now more than ever. I don't know if that's fair, but to me, science still means dinosaurs 1,000,000%.
Carnegie's money bought him the best bone hunters of the day, but no amount of searching, it seemed, would unearth the skeleton he yearned for. 2 months later, his investment paid off. Carnegie's diggers struck lucky, very lucky.
What they found was this, a giant toe bone of a dinosaur sticking out of the rock.
Call it a pedal
And they got
ungule.
very excited
A claw bone.
because when they started excavating the rock from around the toe bone, they found that the toe bones led to the ankle bones, and the ankle bones led to the shin bones of the dinosaur, and the shin bones led to the proverbial thigh bones of the dinosaur. It
The
was
literal
the
thigh
most perfect
bones.
July 4th that any paleontologist has ever had, and Carnegie got exactly what he paid for, an 84-foot colossal dinosaur.
Yep.
It was named Star Spangled Dinosaur because
Was it? I've never actually... Not never. Very, very rarely have I heard that appellation. I think it's... Star-Spangled Dinosaur is not something that you commonly hear in reference to Dippy.
it was found on July 4th, Independence Day. The dinosaur Diplodocus became not only the toast of Pittsburgh and the toast of North America, it became the toast of the world.
It was a big deal. That's not it, though. This is Apatosaurus right here. Apatosaurus louisei. So Diplodocus carnegii was... That excavation was funded by Andrew Carnegie. Apatosaurus louisei was also funded by Andrew Carnegie. This was named after his wife, Louise. And you'll notice that... Here, let me call this right now. When they show this shot, when they pan across, they'll stop before they get to the head. Because they mounted it without a head, because they didn't find a head. And then they're like, well, we don't really want to deceive the public and, you know, put a head on there that's incorrect or might be wrong or whatever. We don't know what the head looked like. So we'll just leave it headless. And people were mad about that. Anyway, as they pan across this, watch. They'll stop before they get to the head, because there's no head here. Bow! There you go.
It became...
See? Eventually somebody did put a head on it, because that was the #1 question they would get at the museum. It was just very distracting for this creature not to have a head. So yeah. But yeah, that's true, Charlie's Dragon. That's true.
became so wildly popular. A tavern song was written in honor of Diplodocus, which It's only had one verse, at least one verse that has survived, that went something like, "The crowned heads of Europe all make a royal fuss over Uncle Andy and his old Diplodocus." Uncle Andy must have loved it. He paid for it, and he got everything he paid for and more. Casts of the...
And what's funny is that, like, Diplodocus became such a cultural phenomenon, like they were showing here with, like, these editorial cartoons. The idea here was, like, maybe I can find it in here, actually. It might be in the illustrations, the plates in the middle. Or it might not be. But this was like cartoonists kind of poking fun at how popular these animals had become in popular culture. Oh, here we go. Excellent. There it is. Yeah. Carnegie's gift of the skeleton of a 70-foot Diplodocus, it's actually 84 feet long, to the king. So, Andrew Carnegie actually... Well, here, we'll get to this part in a minute.
Royal... he paid for it, and he got everything he paid for and more. Casts of Diplodocus carnegii were made for and installed in Paris, in Vienna, in Bologna, in Berlin, in Leningrad, in La Plata, in Mexico City, and Buenos Aires. That really set the stage for the popularity of dinosaurs and of the great studies on dinosaurs.
Yep. So here... Carnegie's gift of the skeleton of a 70-foot Diplodocus to the king, and what may come of it if it sets a fashion. So they're saying if this becomes a new trend, and fossil skeletons become all the rage... Here we go. I can't actually... This is too small for me to read. But this is a wedding present where there's like a toe bone of a gigantic dinosaur being gifted to this bride and groom at their wedding. Here's a butcher advertising, I guess, parts of mammoths or something? I don't know. Instead of like a canopy over your automobile, why not a fossil skeleton? You know? Goofy stuff, but this is what people thought was funny back then, apparently. Oh, this is the hot new trend. Fossil skeletons given as gifts. You know, what a high-status kind of item, you know? Yeah.
Here was tangible evidence to all the people of Europe of the terrific dinosaur finds that were occurring in North America.
Yeah. So anyway, Andrew Carnegie had this idea that, well, for one thing, at the time, back up for a second, at the time, European was kind of it was almost a synonym for things that are sophisticated, highbrow, you know, culturally significant. Everyone aspires to be European. And today we might kind of laugh at that a little bit, but I think a lot of Americans had kind of a chip on their shoulder. This is, of course, prior to both world wars. The United States was seen as kind of a backwater nation. This was Andrew Carnegie's way of saying, hey, we here in the U.S., we've got these gigantic dinosaur fossils. The U.S. isn't some backwards, backwater kind of podunk place. We've got the largest animals that ever walked the earth right here in this country. And we have cutting-edge science going on that I'm helping to fund, me as Andrew Carnegie. Be amazed by this. Stare in awe and wonder at what we've been able to achieve, what we've been able to unearth from this incredible land that we live on here in the U.S. And so, when the King of England, when he expressed interest in this, he's like, oh, that's interesting. If find this kind of fascinating, this gigantic skeleton of this animal. Andrew Carnegie said, do you want one? I mean, do you want one? Do you want one? I can get you one. I'll get you one. And so the king is like, oh, okay, I guess. And so Andrew Carnegie paid to have a plaster cast of this thing sent to the UK. And he was, I think, hoping that it would be erected in the palace, in Buckingham Palace. And the king didn't want it there, so he just kind of shoved it into the museum. But they had an unveiling ceremony and everything, and Andrew Carnegie was really proud of this. And then he decided to try it again in Paris, in St. Petersburg, in Mexico City, in La Plata in Argentina, in Madrid, in Bologna, I think. And the idea was he was kind of advertising the United States to all these other nations and being like, hey, look at this really cool thing that we have here, right here in the United States, right from Wyoming. Check this out. He thought he could kind of score points with all these foreign nations and also get them to, I guess, come together in an enthusiasm for dinosaurs. Because at the time, this is prior to World War I, there were tensions building between a lot of these different countries. And Andrew Carnegie, maybe a little naively, thought that if he could unite the leaders of these different nations in a love for dinosaurs, maybe they wouldn't go to war. Didn't work, but it was an interesting idea, you know? So yeah. Yeah, Vienna too, exactly, Reese Mario, yeah. Yeah, and anyhow. And hello, Nero TBF. Howdy, howdy. April 29th. I don't know if I know that one, Claire. I'd probably know it if I heard it. Anyway, so it's interesting that Dippy has become such a cultural touchstone in the UK, because even though England is where dinosaurs were first scientifically described, even though this is like the birthplace of dinosaur paleontology, they were mostly dealing with kinds of bits and pieces, and nobody had a complete skeleton of an enormous sauropod dinosaur. And then the funny thing is, Diplodocus is, like, this specimen is not particularly enormous. It's big, but it's not gigantic or anything. You know, there's some dinosaur skeletons that look nearly twice as big as this. But this is a big deal for the UK. It really was.
Roamed North America around 155 million years ago. Dippy was given his marching orders from the Natural History Museum last year, making way for a blue whale skeleton. He is, though, guaranteed an enthusiastic welcome on Dorset's Jurassic Coast. Conservationists hope...
I got to visit here in back in November. Shoot. This is kind of crazy that there should totally be a structure built over this, because it's eroding, it's just being destroyed by the elements. This will not be here probably in another 10 years. See if I can find photos of that. You'll see how different it looks. I was there this past November. There we go. Yeah. That's what it looks like 8 years ago. And that's what it looks like last November. So a lot of these tracks have been badly eroded, as you can tell. Just, yeah. Anyway.
Hoping he sparks interest
hey, Reiko,
in
welcome.
Britain's rich dinosaur history.
So Dippy is this fantastic, iconic specimen, but of course he's just one dinosaur. There's so much out there in the natural world to explore on your doorstep. So whether it's fossils around the country, Britain is one of the most incredible places to explore rocks and fossils, but living creatures as well. I mean, it's magnificent there. We've got coastlines, we've got moors, mountains, anything you can imagine, everything you could want.
Finding suitable stops for the 26-metre skeleton hasn't been easy, but after 3 months in Dorchester, Dippy will move on to other museums and cathedrals, delighting millions all around the UK. Duncan Golostani, News at 10.
So there was outrage. Well, not outrage, but like some people were disappointed and a little upset when Dippy was moved from the NHM in London. There we go. Because that's where she had stood for about a century. There we go. But she had been moved because, well, I know I'm not really supposed to share the real reason, but the real reason why she was moved is actually really mundane. They wanted to move some things around in the museum, and she just took up a lot of space, and they're like, we kind of need to get this thing out of here. So they sent her on tour, and that was a wild success, and I think she might still be on tour, actually. Let's look that up real quick. Okay, there we go. Wait, so she is on tour. This is so annoying. The stupid AI over... No, Dippily Diplodocus is not currently on tour. She is on tour in Coventry until February 2027. Don't ever trust the stupid AI summaries. They are wrong almost all the time. Anyway. Yeah. She's been in Coventry for a while. I think for a couple years now. Yeah, but that's still, you could say on tour. I don't know. She's not at the NHM. I think she's the official, she is an accession specimen at the Natural History Museum in London. So, officially, she belongs to that museum. But so this would still be considered on tour, as far as I know. A 3-year loan from the NHM in London.
I can see that my 50,000 a year has been well spent.
And thank you, Charlie's Dragon. Holy cow. Tier 3 support from Charlie's Dragon, who's also a moderator on this channel. Charlie's Dragon, I can't tell you how much I appreciate your ongoing support and your willingness to share what you know with the chat and answer questions and all that good stuff. Appreciate you, Charlie's Dragon. Thank you. The nation's favorite dinosaur, with a U, no less. Really funny that this little dinosaur from middle of nowhere, Wyoming, became the UK's favorite dinosaur. Anyhow, let's take a look at a clip with the true King of England, David Attenborough. There we go. Oh, hang on. Let's go back a little bit. Hey, Persephone Nix. Welcome. Don't fully trust any AI? Absolutely. No. Yeah. No, that's good advice. They can give an idea, but I mean, yeah, don't trust them. It's good advice. I think we might actually have this picture on the wall. Isn't that right here? It totally is. It's the same one. Lovely. Yeah. Hey, Rico. It looks familiar. I know, right? I guess he wasn't actually king at the time. He was crown prince or whatever. I don't know how these things work. I'm expressly anti-monarchist. Sorry. Again, not to get on your case too much, British viewers, UK viewers, but you made a real mistake not voting for this guy to be king, you know? He was right there. He was right there. Instead, you pick some like nepotism hire. What are you thinking? He's right there.
And so, in due course,
He's like somebody's kid. You're like, oh yeah, I guess we'll pick this guy. You know, his dad was the boss or whatever. No, David Attenborough was right there. You know, yeah. Anyhow, and I don't know if I really want to do like sculpt appraisals, Claire. We've done stuff like that before, and it's not gone well. So, really appreciate you, Ruiz. Thanks for posting that in Discord. But I'm not. I don't want to sidetrack. We're already like 3 tangents deep right now. Yeah.
And in those days, what princes asked for, they got. And so,
thank you, Ruiz.
Course,
I'll take a look at it later, but again, we've got a million things going on. I'm struggling to keep the stream together right now.
another replica turned up right here
like this. I hope we don't get copyright struck now, because I'm supposed to flip this. This was, I think, a BBC production, and they're extremely litigious about copyright. So hopefully we didn't just nuke our VOD. And let me go back a little bit. Oh, and speaking of distractions, Aaron, thank you for the 25 months of support. And why aren't the lights working? Come on. Thank you for the 25 months. Thank you for that Prime, Aaron. Appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you. Excellent. Diplodocus and Diplodocus, or Diplodocus, or I've actually heard it a bunch of different ways, but yeah. In the States, typically we say Diplodocus. A lot of people in the UK say Diplodocus, and tomato, potato. It really doesn't make a big difference. Demon Prince, thank you for the 18 months of support. We're having some alerts issues here. Fix that. Fresh caps. But yeah. Thank you, Demon Prince. 18 months. What are the 2 ways, Sir David? It's funny how the closed captions spell those 2 ones differently. Yeah. An off-kilter potato? Or off-kilter photo. What am I saying? I'm sorry. Thank you for the ongoing support, off-kilter potato. Thank you for keeping me here online. For 6 whole months. Found a button. Thank you for finding that button and mashing it. I appreciate it. It's an incredible privilege to be able to do science outreach full time. I'm very lucky that good folks like you not just put up with my nonsense, but actively seek to support it with things like Prime subs. I really appreciate that. Off-kilter photo. And yeah, if anybody else happens to be sitting on an Amazon Prime sub, if you have an Amazon Prime account and you want to absolve yourself of that guilt, I would highly recommend using that Prime sub on some excellent science outreach. Like, for instance, Rakadactylus, who's right here in the chat right now. He could certainly use your support. Science Streams, Nerdoino, Moo Hoodles, Volcano Doc. Yeah. Or you could blow it here if you want to. It's totally up to you. But, yeah. Thank you, Off-Kilter Photo. Sorry I called you Off-Kilter Potato. And thank you for the shouts out there, mods. Claire and Charlie's Dragon. Thank you. Let's continue. Which is the traditional way of doing things. Yep. Well, the funny thing is, like, they're showing off that Edmontosaurus skin because they have it there at the NHM in London, at the Natural History Museum. We actually have Diplodocus skin, though. So there's a... She's from North America. I think she's American. There we go. Tess Gallagher is her name. She published this paper, Fossilized Melanosomes Reveal Color Patterning of a Sauropod Dinosaur. There's a link to the paper right there in Proc B.
A moment from prehistoric time.
And Diplotomodon, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Sounds like you're in the right place. Is that a temnospondyle or is that a marsupial? Diprotodon is a marsupial. Who is Diplotomodon? Shoot. Give me a second here. Dubious genus with theropod dinosaur. Oh, okay, there we go. Cool. It's a cool name, though. We're talking about a different Diplo right now. Diplodocus. But, yeah. Anyhow. An interesting ring. Do you like the button I found? Don't press that. Anyhow. Sauropods could have been iridescent. I don't know if it's iridescence for, There we go. So here's a video with Melanie Doring where she interviews...
Welcome everyone to a new episode of Genuine Rockstars, and today's Genuine Rockstar
different
is
scientists,
Tess
mostly
Gallagher.
paleontologists.
Thank you so much for joining us, Tess.
Hi, yeah, it's great to be here.
Could you tell our audience a little bit about who you are and what you do?
Well, I'm a paleontologist, and I am currently a master's student at the University of Bristol in UK, and I study
great paleo
dinosaur
program
skin.
at Bristol.
What got you interested in paleontology in the first place, and how did you end up?
So let's jump to the Diplodocus skin real quick. And there we go.
Hanging out for a very long time, and of course, because the Diplodocus were just drying out, the skin also desiccates, and it basically turns into like a leather.
Exactly, you get these mummy type structures. I mean, I don't know if you've ever found like a forgotten cat in the top of a barn or something, but
yeah, right. No, it's the same exact principle. These animals, I mean, if you think about, I don't know if you've ever go out to a desert and then you find maybe like a dead cow or something. There's nothing left of the organs, but all you have is the bone, and sometimes you even have the hide. That's kind of the similar concept of what's going on with these Diplodocus. So when the rains finally...
Profusely, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here.
Came back, it brought with it something called a debris flow, which is very dangerous. It's kind of like a flash flood, but instead of it just being water, it's this very... it's very thick and full of debris and mud. So
hey,
it's
Ladina,
basically
welcome.
Texture like concrete. So that just comes flowing in, and it basically drags all these dead Diplodocus, and that pulls the bones apart and whatnot, and it drags them for we believe they were dragged for like a mile, and then they were set. And the anoxic conditions also kind of help the skin not decay, and then so there you have Mother's Day.
Yeah, these debris flows. It's actually quite common. It's actually something you see nowadays very much with the whole climate change stuff. That even in Europe, that the drought of the summer lasts so long that every layer, like all the top layers of the soil, are depleted of moisture. So that when it finally starts to rain again, it just collects all of this material and flows downhill. And then you get these flash floods, and they are horrendous. But yeah. Perfect fossilization material, though.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, to be on the optimism.
Let's get in the actual skin itself, because that's why I pulled this up in the first place. Okay, yeah.
End here. Could you tell us what you learned about this Diplodocus skin?
What's really interesting about the skin is that usually when you think of long-necked dinosaurs, you think they have elephantine skin, or you might imagine them with the same scales all across the body, or as the iconic Diplodocus looks, it's kind of got a bunch of spikes all going down its head. So the reality is that basically none of these interpretations are correct, or at least for the Mother's Day Diplodocus. These animals had incredibly diverse scales. And not only that, I mean,
of history's most ferocious killer, Tyrannosaurus Rex.
Ely Quest, thank you for the follow. Welcome.
Even be willing to argue that they were potentially more diverse than any living animals. So not only are these scales complex, but you even have a couple of patterning and even scale shapes that don't exist today in any animals. So for instance, there's these scales that I call the globular scales. And these globular scales, they look exactly how they sound. They just look like a bunch of globs or jelly beans just kind of like fitted together. And it's like, when I first saw that, I didn't even know what to make of it. I'm like, oh, surely this is like a taphonomic thing. Like, I don't know. Maybe the skin is like decayed really bad. But no, there's nothing like it. Of course, I looked into explanations in taphonomy, and I couldn't really find any. It's just how the scales looked.
Dinosaur skin is a very hot topic, and for some reason it doesn't really seem to translate well to the movies or
and it's not any inherent problem with the medium of cinema. It's just A lot of like Hollywood producers and people who are in charge of this sort of thing just kind of don't care. They're more committed to showing people what they think. They have this idea of what audiences think about dinosaurs, and they're like, well, we have to conform to people's expectations. And it's like, no, you're completely missing the point. People love dinosaurs because they're real. People want to learn about these animals because there's an authenticity here. These are actual creatures that really lived. Show people what we actually know about them, because that's conforming to the spirit of what makes dinosaurs compelling in a film. You know? And like, I don't know when these folks are going to get this idea through their head that what makes dinosaurs cool is that they're real. So make them as real as you can, and people will be happy.
Popular media in general. Could you perhaps shed light on the scales versus feathers debate? I mean, don't get me wrong. I think there's like 3 options, like including ostriches have scales on their feet and feathers on their bodies. So you've got scales, you've got feathers, you've got scales and feathers. What did Diplodocus have? And can you tell us a little bit about this?
Diplodocus, I can say with quite a lot of confidence that it probably did not have feathers. Maybe it had some dinky display feather on its head or something, right? Like that's possible. But
and you do see that in some reconstructions where you see things like Camarasaurus. With like feathers running down the sagittal plane of the animal. Here's Brachiosaurus here. Oh goodness, it's not red. Okay, well it'll still partially embiggen. So here's Brian Eng's reconstruction of Brachiosaurus with some feathers kind of around the head and near the distal end of the neck. And then he's got a few little feathery things on these Camarasaurs too. So maybe something like this would make sense. But we don't have evidence for feathers covering the entire animal, because the patches of skin that we do have preserved don't show any evidence of feathering.
Something that people need to keep in mind with really big animals,
kind of like a mohawk trailer dragon, yeah.
Which is the law that unfortunately something like Godzilla is not allowed to exist because of this
an
law.
iguanodon.
Civnet, thank you for the follow. Welcome.
So square cube law basically, as your volume gets bigger proportionally.
Lurid Rural Juror says, do I have feathers? Unless you're a theropod dinosaur, which of course includes birds, then I'd say probably not. Although chances are you do have some feathers in your home, especially if you own things like pillows. Those are often stuffed with feathers. But those are taken from dinosaurs, usually from birds. Yeah.
Other factors such as your surface area are going to get smaller. So because of that, since you have less surface area, you have less surface area to dissipate heat out of your body, right? So this is why African elephants don't have hair, right? Because if they
do have a few hairs, especially when they're young, but they kind of get rid of that. They shed them as they grow. You don't want to have a down jacket when you're walking around on the African veldt. It's too hot there. You don't want that.
They would overheat because of their size. So when it comes to Diplodocus, right? So elephants, for comparison, are 3 to 6 tons. Diplodocus is 14 to 20 tons. Much bigger animal, right? So I highly doubt that Diplodocus would have any kind of feathering, even if it's like...
Oh, Son of Austerlitz says zebras have stripes for heat management. That's one idea for why zebras have stripes, but that's something that I was really surprised to learn. There are intense ongoing debates about what zebra stripes are actually for. I'll show you. One idea is that it's to confuse predators. Another idea is that it creates little micro air currents that help cool the animal off. Wrong button, sorry. The dark parts heat up and the white parts reflect sunlight, so it creates little micro currents. That's one idea. Another idea is that it helps deter flies. Biting insects will have difficulty finding a place to land because it confuses them visually. Another idea is that when these animals are living in running around in a group, it confuses predators because it's really difficult to make out the silhouettes of these critters. They all just kind of blend together and it's almost like dazzle camouflage. There's a bunch of different hypotheses for why they have stripes. So yeah, here we go. Crypsis hypothesis, confusion hypothesis, aposematic hypothesis, warning coloration, social function hypothesis, interspecific or individual recognition, thermoregulatory hypothesis, which is what Son of Australis mentioned right here. The stripes help control a zebra's body temperature. That's one idea. Fly protection hypothesis. So yeah, if you want to read more about this, here's a link. But this is something that I find really fascinating because these animals are alive today. They're running around. You can go observe them. You can videotape them. You can take them into a laboratory and observe them under controlled conditions. You can run experiments. And we still don't know what zebra stripes are actually for, why they evolved in the first place, what their function is. This is a living animal, not a fossil creature. That's something that's extinct, and we only have a few bones to go off of. These animals are literally running around right now. You can go poke and prod them and study them and measure them and everything else. And we still don't know. It's wild to me. But that's the way it is for much of modern biology. There's so many things that are out there still yet to be discovered. There's untold numbers of master's and PhD theses waiting to be written on creatures that are still alive today, let alone extinct animals and plants and other organisms, you know? So yeah. And Salty Anchor says, could be possible that all these things could be true. Maybe. You gotta find interesting ways to test them. Like here, thermoregulatory hypothesis. A 2018 experimental study, which dressed water-filled metal barrels in horse, zebra, and cattle hides, concluded that zebra stripes have no effect on thermoregulation. But that doesn't necessarily mean that it's totally useless for the animal to thermoregulate. Well, it's alive, but yeah. Anyway, it's interesting stuff. Yeah. And are all zebra stripes unique? They are, Claire, yeah. Yeah, no two are exactly the same. There goes over to Pearl Chair. Yeah. And Chaos Was, how are you doing? Hello, hello. I guess my point in bringing this up, I could have just let that chat message go by, and I'm not trying to call anybody out. I'm trying to make a point that when we as human beings try and come up with neat, simple explanations for why something in nature is the way that it is, that might feel really good to us. Human beings love neat, simple, tidy explanations that you can share in a tweet or just tell your friends. We love fun facts. But very, very frequently, those things turn out to be less than completely true. It's just, nature is often far more complex than that. And our grasp of these complicated natural systems is often paltry at best. If that makes sense. Whether it's, and I'm going to resist the strong pull to get, sucked into a conversation about this and cover it for an hour. But you've probably heard this whole thing about like, oh, well, the reason why avocados exist today and why they have such large pits is giant ground sloths used to eat them and then passed them through their guts. And that's why we have avocados today. So if you love avocados, thank a giant ground sloth. This, again, is incorrect. Not based on any real information. It's just one of these things that became fun to share on the internet. It was an idea for a while that wasn't well tested. And it just got spread everywhere, and people still repeat it despite it being untrue. I'll give you a video about that. There's lots and lots and lots of things like this that... This might make me unpopular to say it, but like these things they're not based on real information. Just because you read something online or a friend tells you or whatever doesn't mean it's true. And even if a scientist says it, like, I have met other paleontologists who uncritically repeat the whole giant ground sloth avocado myth. And yeah, well, scientists are human beings, you know? And if we forget to verify something, to really check to see if it's been backed up by any real evidence, then, you know, we might be victim to this kind of thing too. There we go. Everyone was wrong about avocados, including us. So, sideshow here. Copy link address. They got that wrong and then corrected themselves. But yeah. Art Enert says, how much is a T-Rex skull worth? Not much. I mean, it's a fossil. Fossils aren't actually, like, worth anything. I should know. I dig them up. You know, like, I spent almost 2 months this year so far excavating fossils. They're a pain in the butt. But they're scientifically really useful, fascinating things. They can teach us a tremendous amount, but they're not worth anything inherently, you know? Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. Let's get to it.
Created by the people of the United States as a research and development center.
And Megrot says the worst fake fact I've encountered is that they're chopping down the rainforest to grow soy for vegetarians. Yeah. Some cleared Amazon rainforest was cut down in order to grow soy, but that's as feed for cattle for people who eat beef. The vast majority of soy that's grown around the world is fed to cows. Yeah. Infuriating. Anyhow. And Puggo Wuggo. T-Rex's real color. We don't know what color Tyrannosaurus was, because we don't have... Really anybody's found melanosomes in preserved Tyrannosaur skin. But maybe we'll take a look at that Puggo Wuggo later if you really want to. That sounds interesting. Sounds like the sort of thing that might be useful. Yeah. Let me copy and paste that in my notes.
In interviews and in published articles, Admiral Blandy made recommendations of grave import regarding the atomic bomb.
Anyway, let's get back to Diplodocus again. And then back to Diplodocus, and then back to Dolly Parton. We're going to try and climb our way out of this rabbit hole.
I know elephants kind of have this sparse hair sometimes. I even doubt they'd have something like that.
I think you...
And Art says, is it possible we find a predator like twice the size of T-Rex? We've already got some, Art. We've got many of them, actually. Here. There we go. So there is a blue whale there at the bottom, and there's Tyrannosaurus in the upper left. Blue whale is a predator. They feed on planktonic organisms. Krill, mostly. Mostly krill. It's a predator way bigger. Yeah. Yeah. Sperm whales are also bigger. And they are, like, active... You might call them pursuit predators, I guess. I think sperm whales can be up to about 70 feet long, which is way longer than the longest Tyrannosaurus, which is around 40 feet. About 13 meters. Yeah, there you go. Tyrannosaurus and sperm whale. Despite being longer, I would say, and I'm going to be a little bit persnickety about this, Tyrannosaurus is still about, I don't know, maybe 6 or 7 tons heavier than a sperm whale. Because Tyrannosaurus weighs 6 or 7 tons and sperm whales live in the ocean. They are effectively weightless. You put them on a scale, don't put them on a scale. Do not put them on a scale and try and measure how heavy they are, because you will kill them. Anyhow. But sperm whales are really fascinating animals, and they are big. They're one of the biggest, like, predatory animals on our planet. If you find some quarrel with the idea that blue whales are predators, it's like, oh, krill doesn't really count as prey. Okay, sure. Sperm whales eat giant squid, colossal squid, other huge members of what's the squid clade called? Tutho something? This is Fisher was talking about this summer as an example of a scientific term that has no utility. He's like, that's just useless jargon. Tuthovore. Tuthovore. It means squid eater. Why do we need a special word for that? You know? Myopsida, Oegopsida, and Bathytethuta are the 3 true squid clades, I guess. Interesting. Huh. Decapodoformes. I was looking for like a simple term that's just squid, and I guess we don't have that. Huh. Interesting. Anyway. We're getting all distracted here. But let's get back to that video with Melanie and
You can
Tess.
compare the elephant's hair similar to ours compared to apes. We have some body hair, but we don't have full-on fur.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's a great comparison.
How do you like to spend the hours during which you're not studying dinosaur skin or sleeping?
Walking around Bristol is very nice. It's such a great city, and I get so much exercise out of it. Back at home, so I'm from Philadelphia, and there's the Wissahickon, which is just beautiful. No fossils, but you get a lot of metamorphic rock, which is really cool to see. Well, I'm a huge video game nerd, Monster Hunter, favorite video game of all time. When I'm at home, I love spending time with my dog,
stream on Twitch,
who I miss dearly.
Oh,
yeah. And, watching YouTube, hanging out with friends.
Thank you so much for talking to us today, Tess. You're a genuine rock star.
Thank you for having me.
Cool stuff. Anyway, I'll give you a link to this. So we got into this because of Tess Gallagher's work on Diplodocus skin. Turns out we actually do have fossil skin of Diplodocus. You can read that paper. They've got screwy looking, there we go. Nope, that's not it. It's Royal Society Publishing. They've got a screwy looking URL, which is why typing in ProcB or Proc didn't work. But anyway, if you'd like to take a look at this paper, you'll find it right here. So not only do we have the skin of a diplodocid dinosaur, but we've got potential color patterns too. As seen through those melanosomes, those organelles within the cells that correspond to different colors. Neat stuff. Anyway. Sorry that URL was so crazy long. That's nuts. But yeah. And link doesn't work for you? Okay, well shoot. Here's the paper. You could just click PDF from here and that'll get you there. In fact, copy link address. Try that. See if that works. Anyway, we got on this tangent because of this video here. We don't have to look at Edmontosaurus scales now to try and speculate about Diplodocus. We now have Diplodocid dinosaurs, members of that same exact family with preserved skin. We can study that directly. Edmontosaurus is on the opposite side of the dinosaur family tree. Diplodocus is more closely related to birds than it is to Edmontosaurus. This animal right here. There we go. Kind of wild to think about. This is like almost as far as you can get between two different dinosaurs within Dinosauria. Diplodocus and Edmontosaurus. Oh, and hang on. Diplotomodon says, I worked at the Mother's Day Quarry a few years back and was able to help prep out some bits of skin. Crazy stuff. Small world. Holy cow. Really neat. Awesome, Diplotomodon. Very, very cool. Great to have you here. Again, sounds like you're in the right place. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Which is really funny because this has been directly contradicted now by study of actual Diplodocus skin. So it turns out that this reconstruction of a dinosaur that Attenborough is about to show you is not wild enough. Turns out dinosaurs are not just, you know, cool. They're often cooler than people imagine them to be, you know? So they're just going to make her kind of a boring gray. Thank you, Off-Kilter Photo, for gifting Diplotomodon. I appreciate that. So this is fun. But Dippy would have probably been a bit more brightly colored than this, which should not be surprising. Again, this is a much better reconstruction of what Diplodocus may have looked like based on what we actually see from the fossils. Not some drab gray, you know, looking like an elephant or a battleship or something like that. But with complex patterning and different colors, and it makes a lot of sense when you realize that unlike mammals today, who are, for the most part, largely colorblind, at least they don't have full tetrachromatic color vision like dinosaurs would have. Dinosaurs did have the ability to perceive all kinds of different colors, more colors than we can even see as human beings. We only have trichromatic vision, So dinosaurs, including modern birds, can actually see partway into the ultraviolet spectrum. They can see colors that we can't even imagine. So it makes sense that dinosaurs, when we can actually test to figure out what colors they were, they turn out to be more brightly colored than we would have pictured, you know? Really cool stuff. Really, really cool stuff. So yeah. And Raptor says, is there a chance that the females would be slightly duller colored than the males? Sure, there's a chance. That's how a lot of animals work today. But we don't have enough of a sample size to be able to... Well, let me put it this way. We don't even have a reliable way to tell male and female dinosaurs apart. In fact, according to... It's depending on who you ask. We might not have any way at all to be able to tell if a given dinosaur was male or female. You have medullary tissue that some people have claimed shows that a dinosaur was A, female, and B, gravid, like pregnant, about to lay eggs, based on medullary tissue found inside of some of the bones. It's the same sort of tissue that mother birds produce when they're about to lay eggs. But there is dispute over whether that is actually what we're seeing in some of these dinosaur fossils. So right now I would say there's no reliable way of telling whether a dinosaur was male or female. That's beyond our abilities right now.
Tradoon.
Let alone doing that with coloration. Yeah. But yeah, anyway. But yeah. So it's a good question, Raptor. We don't know. Yeah. And Squiggles says, some birds aren't dimorphic. The females are just as pretty as the males too. Yeah. In some bird species, the females are actually more brightly colored than the males. It's rare, but it does happen. Tinamous are a good example of this. These lovely birds from Central and South America. The females, they don't look wildly different from the males, but the males are more drab than the females are. And that might have something to do with camouflage, where the males are the ones who sit on the eggs and take care of the babies. But yeah, the females are more brightly colored than the males. There's a few other bird groups that are like this, but it's kind of rare. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. And Diplotomodon was saying earlier, and the chat moved too fast, I didn't get a chance to get to it, but they were saying, I've seen enough Diplodocus ribs at this point to last a lifetime, and what do I have to say to that? Well, ribs might be boring sometimes, there might be a lot of them, but...
Gotta have them ribs.
They could still be important. Still gotta collect them, if you can. So thank you for being patient and doing that, Diplotomodon. I know ribs are not the most fun to work with, but they're, you gotta have them. Yeah. True. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. And could we extrapolate eyeball color from emus? Like emu Dromaeus or Dromaeus novoholian? I forget what's the genus and species name for the emu? Dromaeus novoholiandiae. There you go. Yeah. No, we can't extrapolate eye color. Eye color is one of those things that I think is highly variable in birds. I think there might be some species where the males and the females have different eye color. I would not be shocked if there are bird species where they actually change their eye color seasonally. So like in the winter, their eyes are one color, and then just like how their feathers change colors, they molt their feathers. They actually change their eye color. I would not be surprised if that's the case. In fact, I have the vaguest recollection that there's some birds who do that.
You're not doing so badly yourself for a paleontologist.
Well, thank you, Canalia, too, for the kind words and for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. And TechBird says some birds have multicolored eyes, and it's crazy. There's some mammals like that too, where they've got a different colored right and left eye. So yeah, I think eye color is a highly, highly variable thing. And there are some birds that will even they'll use their eyes as a display thing. Well, they'll embiggen and ensmallen their pupils as a way of showing off, and I don't know what exactly they're communicating, but something. What is it called again? Pupil fitting or something? Eye pinning. Okay. Huh. There you go, Lenina. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, with the same eye. Oh, interesting, TechBird. Yeah.
What is parrot eye pinning and why do they do it? Stick around to find out.
Huh.
Hello fellow bird nerds, welcome back to another video. Today we are talking all things about parrot eye pinning, what it actually is and why birds do it as well. Pickles and Scampi have come to join me today. Hopefully they'll be on their best behaviour, but we'll see. So what is eye pinning? Essentially all it is when a parrot will rapidly contract and dilate their pupils. So the pupils will go really, really tiny and then really big and really tiny and really big. This is a lot easier to see on certain species, usually macaws and ringnecks and things like that, and it's a little harder to see on birds like green-cheeked conures and cockatiels. So it's not always as obvious to see when your bird is eye pinning.
Try and skip ahead to some of that footage.
There are a variety of different reasons why pinning, but there is a fine line between excitement and overstimulation. Overstimulation is something we want to avoid. We also call it being heightened. This is when your bird gets overexcited and they can't sort of regulate themselves. And that can sometimes lead on to undesirable behaviours like them not knowing how to express that energy and potentially moving that on to bites or screaming or other things that you may...
So anyway, I guess it's kind of like what chameleons do when they're changing colours, is they're showing their emotional state. They're social animals. They're communicating with one another non-verbally. They don't have language in the sense that we're used to, where they have particular words or anything like that. They've got other ways, more subtle ways of kind of talking with one another. And I guess eye pinning is one of those, which is cool. Yeah. Ruiz Mario says, "Would you eat an Anomalocaris?" I would not. I don't eat meat. I don't eat animals. But yeah. And dig sites in Texas. I've not yet, Sky Patrol, no. I've worked with some people from Texas, from Texas Tech in Lubbock. Jeff Martz is a paleontologist from Texas Tech. Mostly works in the Triassic, up near, I think, Post, Texas. I've never, apart from traveling through some airports, I've never actually been to Texas, though. Texas is a tricky state for fossil collecting as a paleontologist, because Texas doesn't have very much public land. Most of the land in Texas is private, and so that makes collecting fossils for science tricky. In places like Utah, Nevada, Montana, the Dakotas, there's a lot of public land, and fossils that are found on public land belong to we, the people of the United States. They belong, well, where?
That belongs in a museum!
In Texas, it's tricky because most of the land is private. As a paleontologist, it's tough to work there. So, yeah. Would there be a significant difference in juveniles as to color? There probably would be, Cactus Track, but we don't have a way of testing that yet, so who knows? Yeah. It's a good question. And that's neat, Sky Patrol. Cool, cool, cool. The plot I dug was actually at a concrete plant. Interesting. Yeah. And is Arlington Archosaur site on private land? I don't know, Diplotomodon. That might be one of the rare, like BLM sections, Bureau of Land Management. Alright, the historic Fielder House. I'm not sure what the cadastral status is, the land ownership status for Arlington Archosaur site. I bet you it's private. Yeah. So the Perot Museum in Texas hasn't led an official excavation of the site since 2020. This article came out in 2024. Maybe they've been back, but I don't know. It's in the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex. Interesting. Well, it's right in like a major metropolitan area. One of the biggest in the country. But yeah, I don't know if it's private or not. I bet you it's private. We have there's a bumper sticker on our field trailer from the Arlington Archosaur site. Let's see if I can find that. I don't know if I took any photos this year. I should have, because I put my own stickers on the trailer this year. It's a Paleontologizing sticker there. Oh. And there's a Diabloceratops skull. Oh, we'll be assembling the rest of our Diabloceratops skull hopefully later on in today's stream. My big 3D printed one. But I don't know if I... Yeah, shoot. I do know the Arlington Archosaur sticker on the back of the truck is really sun-faded at this point. You can barely even see it. But I don't know if I have a photo from this year. We had some issues with the trailer where one of the tires blew out on our way to camp, and it took the fender with it, completely tore the metal fender off of the trailer, and I was a little afraid it even bent the axle, but thankfully it doesn't seem to have done that. This is on the first day of the field season. Yowza. Yeah. And Lenina says Arlington was private. The landowner took an interest and let them dig. Really rad of him. That's awesome. Yeah. And now lots of people know about it. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. Interesting. And part of it is housing now. It happens sometimes off kilter, especially in places like Texas. Yeah. In a major metropolitan area. And that's kind of an issue that they face in Texas, is a lot of fossil sites do end up being paved over, and people build a Dollar General store or a Walmart right over the top of them. There are several cases. Avalon, Italy, Texas. Nice, Sky Patrol, yeah. Most places in the U.S. and around the world that have sedimentary rock that was laid down by the deposition of ancient sediments. So not volcanic strata, not metamorphic stuff, but layered sedimentary rock. Much of that around the world will yield fossils. Sometimes the rock itself is literally made of fossils. In the case of, like, some limestones and stuff like that. But yeah. Yeah. It's one of the final potential sites for Cowboys Stadium. Is it like a rodeo thing, Lenina? Yeah. And Waco. Yeah, I know the Waco Pleistocene site off Kilter Frodo. Yeah. 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 That is similar to the Mammoth site in South Dakota, where in order to help preserve that site, they built a structure over the top of it. Oh, cool. That's a national monument now? That's so neat. I didn't realize that. Yeah. Very cool.
Once upon a time, a very long time ago, Columbian mammoth roamed the earth. Actually, they roamed Waco, and now the Waco...
Oh, they roamed all over the place. Shoot, we have a Columbian mammoth. Is it a tibia or a femur? It's one of the big hind limb bones, I think, that was excavated when they were constructing the Oakland Coliseum Stadium, which now largely lies abandoned, I think. Sports stadiums are such a scourge upon our planet. But, yeah.
Mammoth National Monument works to preserve and protect that history so that you and I can see these incredible fossils up close.
Waco Mammoth National Monument is the newest unit of the Park Service in the state of Texas and one of the newest in the nation, established as a national monument in July of 2015 as a federal park. We did open as a city park because we preserve the nation's first and only recorded evidence of a nursery herd of Columbian mammoths.
Very
That's
cool.
something that has never been found anywhere else in the nation.
I didn't know
Our
that. That's
first
pretty
bone
nifty.
was discovered in 1978 by Paul Barron and Eddie Buffkin, and they were just two kids out looking for arrowheads in a dry creek bed and spotted a very large bone. The fossils at Waco Mammoth are preserved inside of a dig shelter. It is one of only 2 structures like it in the entire national park system. So the fossils at Waco Mammoth now
2 structures in the entire... When did this come out? 7 years ago. I guess that would have been true at the time, because Dinosaur National Monument outside of Jensen, Utah would be the other one. Now there's also Jurassic National Monument, the Cleveland Lloyd site, which became a national monument. When did that become a national monument? Hang on. We were just talking about this yesterday, I think. Jurassic National Monument. When did it become a national monument? 2019. So they may or may not have been correct about this, but it's going to come down to just like which month they recorded this.
fossils at Waco Mammoth are preserved inside of a dig shelter. It is one of only 2 structures like it in the entire national park system. So the
which is funny because in China there's like 50 of these, but here in the U.S. it's like, oh, we have 3, I guess. Yeah. And Romaine the Bingo, how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. Really happy to watch paleontology Twitch channels like this one. It's good to have you here, Romaine. Thanks for joining us. Welcome to Paleontologizing.
fossils at Waco Mammoth National Monument are very unique in that they are still in situ, meaning in the ground. They're not replicated, they're not built up in natural form. You're going to see the real thing exactly where they are.
And one of the great things about Waco Mammoth National Monument is there are tons of experts here that give guided tours so you can get the most out of your experience because you have never seen anything like this before.
Longtime viewers of this channel have seen stuff like this before. We visited the Mammoth site in Hot Springs, South Dakota, and did a live stream from there, which is same kind of deal. Big herd, well, not a herd, actually. A bunch of Columbian mammoths all preserved in the same place who seem to have died one by one over many, many different years. But it's the same kind of deal. Yeah.
Our guests at Waco Mammoth National Monument can expect to take an amazing guided tour with one of our rangers. Our rangers will lead you down to the bone bed
That's so
and
cool.
tell you the stories of Ice Age Texas, how these mammoths lived, and how they died here. And then, of course, how our amazing park was preserved. We're just in our dig
Really
shelter.
cool
We
stuff.
have 6 mammoths represented, a camel, a saber-toothed cat, a tiny chunk of a tortoise, and a couple of unidentified animals that we hope to someday discover what they are. We also have a gift shop.
Wait a minute. What was that right there? Come on. Oh, yes! A pressed penny machine. Well, well, well. Very cool. I collect these, if you're wondering why I'm getting excited about this. But, neat. Get you there. I mean, there's lots of other good reasons to go here, but that certainly sweetens the deal. A pressed penny machine.
Gift shop, some activities for children. We have a mock dig pit where they can dig up replica fossils, and a picnic area. We have lots of wonderful, informative activities like a junior ranger program and coloring activities.
It's like a camel skull, right? Yeah, look at that. Big old camel skull. Camels are so cool. They're such underappreciated animals. These, like, Pleistocene megafauna that are still walking around today. People take camels for granted, but they are incredibly neat creatures.
Wonderful, informative activities like a junior ranger program and coloring activities. We are open 7 days a week, every day 9 to 5. So please come visit Waco. We have a lot to offer our tourists, but definitely come and visit Waco's biggest residence at Waco Mammoth National Monument.
Very cool.
Well, Reagan, I can't believe I'm here for myself to see this in person. We are in an incredible site here today.
Anyway, if you'd like to watch the rest of this, here is a link. Yeah, I don't want to get too distracted. But if you're in the northern part of the United States, or maybe southern Canada, far from the coast, near the central part of our continent, I'd recommend visiting the Mammoth site in Hot Springs, South Dakota. We did a stream from here back in
Landscapes of South Dakota, the people, places, and experiences that make us and our state unique. Layers of limestone throughout the Black Hills account for a spectacular cave system and a prehistoric sinkhole near present-day Hot Springs. 26,000 years ago, woolly and Columbian mammoths, short-faced bear, and other ice-aged versions of camel, coyote, and llama visited the watery shallow, but steep walls and loose sediment trapped them. Silt and time covered the shallow until 1974. A construction project unearthed their dried bones. The discovery of the Mammoth site in Hot Springs has yielded the world's largest concentration of mammoths for archaeological study.
Paleontological study. Paleontological study. This is not archaeology. This is the study of fossils. Archaeology is human remains, human artifacts, parts of human civilizations and cultures and settlements. People stuff. It is a bit of a, well, actually, you're right, Claire, but it's important. It's an important distinction. Paleontology, archaeology deal with two different things. Archaeology is human stuff. Paleontology is fossils, you know?
It's an interactive field trip for students and another unique stop for Black Hills visitors. The Hot Springs Mammoth site continues to reveal...
You know, kids these days, always on their phones, you know? Can't they just be there and enjoy the moment?
Were protected
you know?
by massive plates of bony armor.
HD and HB, thank you for the 37 months of support. Holy cow. Thank you for that.
37 months. That's almost a whole. Yada yada yada.
It's true. Yeah. Thank you for being present, HD. Unlike these ungrateful kids on their phones. This is what smartphones look like in South Dakota, by the way. They're a little behind at this point. They'll catch up eventually, but, you know.
Reveal long-buried secrets of the past from just beneath the landscapes of South Dakota. Learn more at sdpb.org/landscapes.
We did a stream from there back in, was it 2022? Let's find that. So, bad for all of these mammoths, but very good for us as paleontologists. And this site has yielded a wealth of awesome information on these animals. And Golgoroth, no, this is not a reconstruction. This is the actual site. This building was built over this site here, which is very, very special. Just like Dinosaur National Monument or like Ashfall fossil beds where we were yesterday. This is the real deal. These bones are preserved here in situ. They've been partly excavated so that you can see them. But, I don't know. I think this is really, really neat. This is one of the coolest things in South Dakota. This is a million times cooler than Mount Rushmore. Sorry, but it is. So much cooler than Mount Rushmore is. You know? Because this is real. I remember being so disappointed when I got here for the first time and realized this big structure right here was carved by people? I mean, who cares? It's fake. But this, real South Dakota nature right here, you know? Pretty darn cool. Anyway. Yeah. Leninius says it looked better before we defaced it. Yeah. I'd say the one redeeming thing about Mount Rushmore is that there are a stupid number of pressed penny machines in that area. I could show you, actually. Here. Let's go get my collection real quick. Here's the current album that I'm still working on, but it's in one of these. One of these is like 50% Mount Rushmore pennies. Where is it? This is San Francisco, so this is pretty early on. Idaho, South Dakota, Great Plains Zoo. There we go. Yeah. So much Mount Rushmore, it's crazy. So they start here. Mount Rushmore right there. It's like almost every pressed penny machine in South Dakota has Mount Rushmore on it. More around Mount Rushmore. Mount Rushmore. And it just keeps going. Just more and more and more Mount Rushmore. Just everywhere. Yeah. Too much. It's like 5 pages of this. Just everywhere, you know? Anyway. Yeah. friend. Oh, that's very cool, Betharama. I find pressed pennies to be really fun. They're one of those things that anytime I'm going to a new place, I'll look up all the different pressed penny machines in that area. And, let's see, is this the current album? I want to make sure that one's on top. Like, I'm going to Utah later this week. Going back there for a wedding. And got to make sure that I bring enough pre-1982 actual copper pennies with me, along with a bunch of quarters, so I can visit all the pressed penny machines along my route and grab this, especially now that a certain regime has done away with the penny. Pressed penny machines could become a thing of the past soon, so I've got to get those while they're still around, you know. Yeah. And those books are nice. Yeah, I got these on eBay, I think. I think it says coin collection in Russian. That's what I've been told. I can't read Cyrillics and I don't speak Russian, but yeah, they're nice. It's the highest quality, like, high capacity penny album I can find. The extremely serious collectors will have these big binders that they have like these custom made slots for them, almost like for trading cards. I don't have the budget for that kind of thing, but I have these, which is nice. And that's crazy. I'm on book number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Shoot. Album for coins. Oh, thank you, Cacklinsworth. Nice. Cool. Yeah. Pressed nickel machines. Oh, shoot. I just closed it up, but there is an alternative to pressed pennies, and I encountered this in South Dakota. Oh, and in Seattle, too. There you go. Pressed quarters. Look at that. Space Needle. As featured in, I'm sure it's in a lot of movies. Wasn't that in the movie Aladdin, the animated Disney one? During that, like, musical interlude when they're on the flying carpet, you know? I can show you the world. You know, they go past Great Pyramids of Giza and the Eiffel Tower and the New Orleans Superdome and then the Space Needle. Yeah. Don't they? I think they do, Claire. Yeah, I think the Space Needle features in that film. Right? Anyway, yeah. There you go, Neverwinter, yeah. Yeah. Is there a very nice crate you pulled those out of? Oh. I think I got this at a garage sale and I stained it at one point. Yeah. That's just an old wooden crate. Yeah. I need to put these back. And, yeah. We still have to do Metazua. I almost forgot. Shoot, I think we've got like 25 minutes left. It's time for some Metazua. So we will do that. But I'm glad you like that, Claire. And Diplodocus on the wall. Yeah, there you go, Alexander. This is correct. In honor of Dolly Parton. We'll get to her in a little bit. Let's do Metazoo. Right. There's some of these tabs. Time for our daily animal guessing challenge. Metazua. So, anyway, okay, we've got an hour 23 minutes. Not too shabby. Not take nearly that long. If you're here for the first time, this is your first time watching Metazoa, I hope to convince you to maybe do this every once in a while yourself, because it's a ton of fun. And I like to do this live on stream because it's an excellent excuse to talk about phylogeny. Phylogeny is probably, I would argue it is the most important concept in all of biology. Which is crazy because it's not taught in most schools, at least not here in the US, until maybe you go to college. A lot of people are like really scared of this idea because they don't like the notion that living things are actually related to one another and that the natural world is knowable somehow, that we can actually study it and figure it out. People, a lot of very powerful people hate this idea. They're terrified of it. They don't want it being taught in schools. It's a powerful notion that the natural world actually makes sense. We can actually study it and figure out how different creatures are related to one another and how they change over time and how every creature on our planet is related, all descended from a single common ancestor about 3 or 4 billion years ago. This is like the fundamental uniting principle under all of biology. Metazoa provides an excellent excuse to talk about this every day, because it is such an important concept. There's one mystery animal each day, and in this game you use an evolutionary family tree to narrow it down and try and figure out that one species. So let's jump in.
Hold on to your butts.
Here's the way that it works. You type the name of an animal into here. Not any animal, because a lot aren't actually in this database. But you type the name of an animal into here. And then Metazoa will show you the most exclusive, the smallest evolutionary clade, evolutionary family group, that includes your guess plus the mystery animal. If your guess is really close to what the mystery animal is, it'll be a really narrow
Observation.
group.
You couldn't see a thing. Conclusion. Dinosaurs.
Thank you, M. Charles, for the 2 months of support. I really appreciate that. M. Charles says, horse. You know what? I'll give it to you, M. Charles. That's a good place to start. It's a mammal, and this game is heavily tilted toward mammals. So I'll type in horse right here. And then this will show us the most exclusive evolutionary group, the smallest one, that includes both the horse and the mystery animal. So here, before we do that, let's jump to animals on our tree of life. Because lucky for us, we don't have to deal with 4 million species or whatever, only about 1.4 million animals. Let's jump to horse. So, Equus cabaeus is the horse. The modern domestic horse. Boyers, Equus cabaeus. Part of Equidae, the horse family, which also includes zebras and donkeys and etc. Let's start with horse. Horse. And okay, our critter's not a horse in particular, but like a horse, it is a bony fish.
What?
Horses are a kind of fish, as all mammals, all animals with bones are fish. Let me show you. So yeah, Claire's right, all tetrapods are fish. So a horse is a kind of perissodactyl mammal, which is a kind of Laurasiothere, which is a kind of Boroeutherian, which is a kind of placental mammal, which is a kind of Therian mammal, which is a kind of mammal, which is a kind of amniote. Amniotes are a kind of tetrapod. Tetrapods are a kind of dipnotetrapodomorph, which are a kind of lobe-finned fish, which is a kind of bony vertebrate. So all animals with bones are fish. Euteliostomi. Here they call it bony vertebrates. You could also call it bony fish. That's what Euteliostomi is. I'll show you. Euteliostomi, also known as osteichthyes. That name means bone fishes. Bone and fish. Bony fish. It's a diverse clade of vertebrate animals that have endoskeletons, skeletons inside. Yeah. Yeah. These are the osteichthyans. It's funny they use that same image there because they actually take it from Wikipedia. So, we know that our critter, it's not a horse, but it is, like a horse, a different kind of bony fish. So what this tells me is that here you take a left to get to the fishes, or to get to the mammals, excuse me. You gotta take a right here to get to the ray-finned fishes, the actinopterygians. I'm guessing it's gonna be some kind of teleost because that's the most speciose clade here. We've got the most species within teleosts. So let's guess some kind of teleost. Let's try... I often like to do clownfish. Or... let's try... well... let's try beta fish. Let's try that. And it is a percomorph, of course. Yeah. Yeah. And Makeaway says, really, we can basically just say everything was from water? That's where life originated on our planet, was in water. Whether it was in a freshwater or saltwater environment is still not known completely, but it was probably saltwaters by the numbers. Anyway, our critter is part of Percomorphaceae, the Percomorpha. And this is, yeah, purgatory. Exactly, Lenita. Yeah. We got to be careful not to get stuck in purgatory. The Percomorpha is a hugely speciose clade. So a clade is an evolutionary group. That's the ancestor plus all of its descendants. It's like an evolutionary family. They're all related to each other. They all came from the same ancestor. That's a clade. Percomorpha is a hugely diverse clade. There's so many species in it. Percomorpha. How many species? At least 22 orders. According to this tree, 34,000 species. Just nuts, you know? Nuts. So many. The ray-finned fishes. Yeah. But we typed in beta fish, which I think is related to goldfish. So this will give us a clue. We know it's not a beta fish, but it is within Percomorphaceae. So let's... a beta fish. It's actually a genus. I didn't realize that. That's cool. So they are part of... huh. Betas are way over here. There we go. 73 species. Shoot. Didn't realize there were that many. They are part of this group called the paradise fishes. Macropodinae. Macropodinae, interesting. So we know it can't be part of that group. It's not going to be a gourami. Excuse me. Man, this is tricky. We are going to get stuck in purgatory, aren't we? I wonder if it's an earlier diverging group than this, then. Oh boy, there's so many species.
Now, the dinosaurs rule.
Welcome, Huddle12. Good to have you here. Let's just try something like bass, I guess. Just to try and knock them out. Let's try that.
Hold on to your butts.
And that didn't help at all. Shoot. We're hoping for like another subclade here, and it's not giving us that. That felt like a wasted guess, but at least you know it's not a bass, I guess. So bass are up here. Right? Where are the bass? Perch. Micropterus, that's the genus name for bass. Yeah, they are over here. Okay. So it's probably not going to be a perch because that's within bass or within Centrarchiformes. Okay. Fishes, porcupine fishes. It could still be like a puffer fish, but I feel like we had them not too long ago. Do you remember us getting porcupine fish or puffer fish pretty recently? I think I remember that. Could it be a grouper? Maybe airspace. So we know it's not a gar because gar are holostean fishes, so they are way more quote-unquote primitive. So gar are going to be way over here. We gotta zoom way out to get to the Lepisosteoformes, the gar. Gar are very basal, very primitive, and they're right next to the... Well, what are they right next to? Quiz you on this chat. A fish that's near and dear to our hearts. What's the closest living relative of gar? We found a lot of them in Wyoming. Anybody remember? Not sturgeon, Bette Midler, but good guess. Not barracuda. No. Gar do get really big. They're truly impressive animals. I love them. They're really cool. Oh. Nobody got it? Oh no, I need to do a better job talking about these critters. It's bowfin. Yeah, calva. Incredibly cool, like Melvius, you know? Melvin, as we affectionately call it. This is the big Turtle Hill fish find, like trying to find pieces of this giant bowfin. Yeah. You're thinking Melvius? Yeah, there you go, Murph. Yeah, it is Melvius. Yeah. Anyway. Where were we? Yeah, we're trying to figure this out. So, we know it's a percomorph, but it's not going to be related to bass or betta fish, which are kind of gourami. This is going to be a different kind of fisho here. Let's go back to the percomorphs. And it says dolphin fish. Oh, like Dorado or Mahi Mahi? Could be. Are dolphin fish part of this clade? They are, it seems. Yeah. Huh. They don't have them, though, unfortunately. They're not in this database. Metazoa ain't got them, unfortunately. Yeah, doe indeed. How could they... they're such cool fishes, but they're missing them. Percomorphs. And... Could be something like a seahorse. Where are they? Seahorses are over here. I know they're related to pipefish and sea dragons. Pipefish. Let's try seahorse. Yeah. I love seahorses. They're so beautiful and cute. Does anybody remember that video? What are you doing, seahorse? Sea hell? Let's see if we can escape seahorse, sea hell. Escape purgatory here. Let's try that. Could it be a seahorse? That'd be a lot of fun.
Hold on to your butts.
And no. That didn't get us any closer either. This is so frustrating. There's so many subclades within Percomorphaceae, and it's like none of them are programmed into this game. It's just, if your fish is a percomorph, like so many are, you're just going to be bleeding guesses. Yeah. And there you go, Chando Calrissian. Chando remembers it. Yeah. Not me. No way. And Murph says, didn't you say you were going to start with clownfish if you got to purgatory? I did say that at one point. But, before I type in clownfish, let's check and make sure that clownfish aren't part of a small clade with any of these guys. Because I would not be shocked if they're with, like, beta fish or something. But I remember when we tried to type clownfish into Metazoa, or into OneZoom, excuse me, they don't have them. Just not there.
Access denied.
No results found. You see that? Clownfish. No results found. So, like, as wonderful as OneZoom is, it's sometimes weirdly incomplete. So let's look up the genus and species name for clownfish. Amphiprion. Type that in, and there we go. There's just a whole list. No common names. Just the genera and species. Or just genus and all the species, I guess. Which is bizarre. But that's how it goes. POV finding Nemo. There you go, Diplodocus, yeah. No common name? That's not true. Not true. Yeah. They're called clownfish or anemone fishes. Yeah. So yeah, OneZoom is incredibly comprehensive and well, I don't know if it's incredibly comprehensive. It's pretty good, but even it is missing some things like this. Anyway, where are these guys? They are part of this clade with fringe heads and blennies. Which are part of Ovalentaria. Just like little orphan Annie warned us about. This includes guppies, needlefishes, mullets, blennies, cichlids, silversides. Huh. Guppy is another member of this group. I don't think betas are anywhere close to here, right? They're not. Okay, yeah. Let's try Guppy. Because I feel like we got clownfish not too long ago. And,
Let's protect our fossils, because if they're removed, America loses them forever.
Core Bio, thank you so much for subscribing. Welcome to Paleontologizing. That's a recurring sub right there. Thank you for that pledge of small but important ongoing support to science outreach here on Twitch. Really appreciate that, Corbio. Thank you for that. And Bet Medler, thank you for the 49 months. Sorry, our alerts are being a little wonky, but thank you, Bet Medler. 49 months. Holy cow. That's impressive, and I appreciate it. It's because of recurring subscribers, ongoing loyal supporters like you that these streams are possible at all. Thank you for that. I appreciate that tremendously. And could it be in cichliformes? I don't think they have cichlids, Hugan. They don't, which is weird. They're such important fish from an evolutionary biology standpoint. There's been a lot of really interesting work done on cichlid diversification, how they can radiate into different species. Like, you get one host population and then they split into all these different freshwater lakes and they become different species. That's like classic stuff. It's weird that they don't have them. Anyway, let's try guppy. And no. We're getting a massive polyptomy here. This is really frustrating. Well, we know it's not going to be a clownfish because that's in the same group as guppies. This group here, the sticky eggs group, Ovalentaria. We know it's not a gourami because we checked beta fish. That's a gourami. It's not in here. Go a bit more basal. What's over here? What are these guys? Mackerels. Oh. Let's try mackerel, I guess. They do have mackerel. Let's give that a shot.
Hold on to your butts.
And no. And still not giving us anything close. Oh, it's so frustrating. Yeah. We've already used 6 guesses. We're already over our budget. I try and keep it at 5 or fewer. This is gonna hurt my average. Ugh. But we're gonna get it. We're gonna get it. Alright, so at least we know it's not part of this clade. It's not going to be something like tuna, right? Because I think they're related to mackerel. Let's see. Tried bass, which are over here. In the sunfish group. Not ocean sunfish, but bass and their relatives. Jaws. Tuna. Could it be a tuna? Tuna. Nope. They're part of Scombrene with mackerel. See, why did I do that? Oh, I guess because this tree disagrees. It doesn't put tuna with mackerel. So this is the thing, is that, like, Metazoa and One Zoom here don't always agree on who's related to whom. And so we try and use this as like a visual aid or a helper sometimes, and sometimes it can throw us. So what's happening right now? Soldier fishes. It's got to be something more basal. There are anglerfish over here, right? Oh, fangtooth. That's different from an anglerfish. Where are anglerfish? Anglerfish. They're way down over here, which I think that means we can ignore them, right? Because they are over here next to monkfish, goosefish, sea devils. These common names are so frustrating sometimes. Well, I wonder. Let's look up anglerfish. Part of Lophiformes. Percomorpha. Let's try anglerfish. Oh boy. One can hope. One can hope.
Hold on to your butt.
And nope, they're part of Eupercaria with bass. Gosh darn it. We know it's not part of Eupercaria, not part of Scombrinae. This is frustrating. Fish. Flying fish. Catfish. It's not... I don't think it's going to be part of catfish. Catfish are odophysins. I don't think they're part of Percomorphaceae. It's not going to be clownfish because we already guessed... guppy, and they form a clade with guppies. It's definitely not cuttlefish. That's not even a fish. It's a mollusk. They're cephalopods. I don't think it's going to be a goldfish because I think they're there with betta fish. Jellyfish are cnidarians. They're not even vertebrates. Could it be an oarfish? Or a swordfish? Where are oarfish? I want to say they're pretty basal. Oarfish. Gotta zoom way out to get to them. Yeah, I don't think oarfish are even within Percomorphaceae. They are not. Yeah, so we know it's gotta be somewhere from here on. Let's look at swordfish and flying fish. Flying fish are within Percomorphs. Okay. They're over here. Vodiator. That's a cool name. Although guppies are part of this clade, let's check on swordfish first. Xiphias, what a cool genus name too. They are over here. Halibut are over there too. Part of Carangaria. Interesting. Let's try flounder. Do they even have flounder? Halibut, in parentheses, flounder. Let's try that.
Hold on to your butts.
And that's it. All right, finally, we got it. 9 guesses. 9. But we got it. Just for the halibut, exactly, HD. Yeah, boom. All right. Let's see. the right emoji for this? Where's the one where it's like, there we go. 5.2. Ugh. Average is going up. That's not great. Gotta do better to bring your average back down. I know, Dan the BC man, I know. Tell me about it. Let's watch a little video on halibuts. Because they are cool. Let's see what they're related to. I don't remember if it's halibut or if it's a different kind of flatfish where one of the eyes actually migrates to the other side of the head through ontogeny. Is that halibut? I think it is. Is it flounder or are they the same thing? Let's figure this out. There we go. Animal fact files.
We're going to talk about all kinds of flatfish today, but flounder has better SEO, and technically all flounders are flatfish, so we feel like it counts. Not all flatfish are flounders, however, so the other kinds of flatfish that will appear in this video include halibuts, turbots, soles, and all other kinds of flatfish.
Yep. Novastar says you can catch halibut in San Francisco Bay. Absolutely, yeah. I don't think you're supposed to... I think you're discouraged from eating them, though, because they are full of heavy metals and other not great stuff. Let's look at that real quick. And I think there is only one flounder species in Metazoa. They tend to do that off-kilter photo, where they don't have 1.4 million species in the Metazoa game. They've got, like, I think a few hundred. Is that it? There's only like 300? Shoot. Okay. That means that they have to repeat. No, this isn't right. The animals in Metazoa were selected based on how familiar they are to people, as well as for the breadth of species that make the game more interesting. Number 2, the game is wrong. Wikipedia has different classifications for one of the animals. This is possible. It sounds as possible. It's true for some of them. Classifications were used in this game are based on the NCBI taxonomy. Yeah. I think it's also just out of date. Yeah. I suspect there's only a few hundred animals that are featured in there. So even though there are how many species of flounder or flatfish? About 358 species. They only have one species is actually featured in the game. The Pacific halibut. Hippoglossus stenolepis.
I swear, we don't make this stuff up. Flatfish are pretty distinct. They've broken the rules of symmetry within nature, and thus appear like some strange cross between a normal fish and a stingray. Flatfish are believed to have developed this way from fish long ago that would hide from predators by laying on one side of their body on the bottom of the ocean. Eventually, their eyes started to shift, and flatfish became permanent bottom dwellers. But they don't start out this way. Flatfish hatch from eggs that are fertilized via spawning. Depending on the species, the eggs may float to the water's surface or sink to the bottom. But when the baby flatfish emerge, they look like your everyday regular fish. Give them a few weeks, however, and things begin to look a little fishy. One of the flatfish's eyes begins...
So, I wish they had footage of this. I guess they don't, but it's really cool when you see juveniles. Because they just kind of look like a regular fish flatfish like you would expect them to look, with one eye on each side of the head. Let's see. Weird. Why can't I find that? So through the animal's individual lifespans, often one eye will move from one side of the head. It'll go through the skull, through the butt, and like emerge on the other side. It's really bonkers how that works. All about eye migration. Let's take a look at this. So this is a juvenile flatfish like that. And I guess these are, I guess they have images, like X-ray images of these animals at different life stages. And they can kind of, using a computer, kind of morph them together so you can see that change take place. So look at that right there. This eye is going to start to move through the head and go to the other side. Just bonkers. Look at that. Really, really cool. Yeah. And can they lie on either side when juveniles? I'm not totally sure, Nova Star. That's a really good question. Fishing. I want to know about their... I don't care about food preparation. I want to know about their physical characteristics. I want to know about how that eye migrates from one side of the head to the other. Halibuts are symmetrical at birth with one eye on each side of the head. Then about 6 months later, during larval metamorphosis, one eye migrates to the other side of the head. The eyes are permanently set once the skull is fully ossified. At the same time, the stationary-eyed side darkens to match the top side, while the other side remains white. So they've got counter shading like that. Yep. Pacific halibut. Life cycle. I think I vaguely remember hearing somewhere that it's kind of arbitrary which eye moves to the other side. Sometimes it's the right, sometimes it's the left. But I don't know if that's within a single species or whether different species do it differently, whether it's just arbitrary or whatever. I don't know. Let's continue.
It's to migrate across its face to join up with the eye positioned on the other side of its body. During this transformation, even the flatfish's skull will change its shape. The side of the flatfish's body that will become blind will slowly fade to white in color, and the side with both eyes, which ultimately becomes the flatfish's top side, takes on the color of its environment. Flatfish live on the bottom of their watery habitat and use camouflage to blend in with their surroundings.
They're left-eyed and right-eyed species. Thank you, Charlie's Dragon. Cool, cool, cool. Yeah.
They can be almost impossible to see once they've taken on the correct
They're such neat animals. They're so neat.
This blending in is perfect for avoiding predators, but also for ambushing prey. Flatfish eat other fish, crustaceans, cephalopods, and worms. Flatfish catch their meals by using the fin located on the underside of their body and pushing off of the seafloor while releasing a burst of water from their gills. They can move quick, and their prey doesn't stand much of a chance. It's actually thought this is part of the reason flatfish start out looking like normal fish. If they were born with those crazy bodies and lived on the bottom of the ocean with their parents might just gobble them up on accident, or on purpose.
Wild. Interesting. So this is ontogenetic niche partitioning. So what does that mean? That means that through ontogeny, as these animals are growing and developing during their lifetimes, they are changing. But the babies live in a different part of the habitat than the adults, so they can avoid competition or so they can avoid getting eaten by them. They're doing different ecological jobs. They're eating different things in the environment. They're a different kind of animal, essentially, at different growth stages. That's really, really interesting. Wild. Very cool. Here.
Out looking like normal, releasing a burst of water from their gills. They can move quick, and their prey doesn't stand much of a chance. It's actually thought this is part of the reason flatfish start out looking like normal fish. If they were born with those crazy bodies and lived on the bottom of the ocean with their parents might just gobble them up on accident, or on purpose.
So it's kind of like with Komodo dragons, where they do the same thing. Where they do an analogous thing, a similar thing, I guess. So Komodo dragons, when they are full grown, they're huge. They're the world's largest living lizard. They can be big enough to take down deer and pigs and other animals. And they live on the ground. They're pretty awesome animals, really. I often make this face when I see one, you know? Pretty darn cool. But they're only really big when they're mature. When they first hatch out, you know, they're small. They came out of a little egg. And the adults are there on the ground. They're looking for anything to eat. The babies have to get out of the way, so what they do is they climb trees. Juvenile Komodo dragons live an arboreal lifestyle. They live up in the trees. They eat bugs, they eat smaller lizards, they'll eat bats and stuff like that. They'll feed on stuff in the tree canopy or on tree trunks and limbs. Only when they get big enough where they're not in danger of being eaten by other adults do they come down to the ground. So that's ontogenetic niche partitioning. They are partitioning, splitting up the habitat according to their ontogeny. So the babies are living in a different part of the habitat than the adults, so they're not in direct competition, and they're not maybe going to get directly eaten by the adults. You know what I mean? So yeah, really cool. And so halibut do the same thing. Really neat.
Or on purpose. It's the same idea as to why leaf-eating caterpillars metamorphose into nectar-eating butterflies. There's less competition. There are more than 500 species of flatfish living in waters throughout the world. They can be found in the ocean, but they're also able to survive in freshwater as well. The size of a flatfish largely depends on the species.
Javasaurus says, are there some of them slowly becoming marine lizards? For Komodo dragons, they might not be around much longer. There's not very many left. They might go extinct long before they have an opportunity to do anything wild like become marine. A lot of them are very good at swimming, but I don't think there's any reason to suspect that they are becoming marine, especially since they are tied to the land. Again, the juveniles have to live in trees, or at least as things are currently, they have to live in trees. That's a difficult thing to do when you're marine. So I don't think so.
Some are just a few inches long, while others, like the Atlantic halibut, can grow to be 7 feet in length. They're eaten by humans, other fish such as cod and bass, birds such as egrets, and mammals like sea lions. Even though they're eaten by many different animal species, one kind of octopus actually mimics the way flatfish swim to avoid predation. If you think about it, a single octopus leg is way easier to catch than an entire hard-to-see fish. Flatfish were once used as an example to oppose Darwin's theory of natural selection. It was argued that there were no transitional fossils of the fishes, and that the transitional period wouldn't offer any benefit to the individuals going through it. However, more recently a transitional fossil has been identified as an ancestor of flatfish, and thus Darwin's fears of his theory being ruined by this weird fish were actually unfounded.
Yep.
For more facts on flatfish,
Many
check out the
such
links in the
cases.
description. Once while snorkeling, we found a juvenile flatfish. Have you ever seen one in the wild?
Really cool. Really cool animals. Here is a link. I just saw some halibuts last Tuesday in the Monterey Bay Aquarium. They're in the is it the Bay Floor exhibit? What do they call that nowadays? Live shark cam, I guess? This is it right here. So there's sturgeon, seven-gill sharks, these big grouper here, leopard sharks, all kinds of different rockfish species. And then, if we're lucky, we might see some halibut swimming around. I'd highly recommend just putting this on in the background if you'd like a screensavery type thing to enjoy. Really cool stuff. I'll sometimes put this on when I'm working or cleaning up around the house or doing stuff like that. But when we were there, the halibut were they were swimming together in like groups of 3 or 4. There's one right there, right in front of the ray. See the halibut? Look at how it swims up and down like a sea otter or another kind of mammal like that. That vertical undulation is really distinctive. And it's totally different from that of stingrays, who are kind of flapping the sides of their body like this. I guess you would call it, they're not really their pectoral fins. What would you call those? So even though they're both flat, stingrays and halibut, they've got a completely different mode of locomotion. Halibut will undulate vertically because, well, they don't start off like that. They start off doing the normal fish thing when they're really small, and then they flip over. And the eye migrates to the side. It's just really weird what they do through ontogeny. Just really strange and interesting. Such cool animals, you know? So yeah. Crimson says, is Monterey Bay a big aquarium? Well, the bay itself is a bay. It's very large. The aquarium is also large by aquarium standards, yeah. Yeah. It used to be the biggest in the world, I think. But probably no longer. Anywho. Got me through lockdowns. There you go, Rushbang. I watched so much Monterey Bay Aquarium stuff when I was at the beginning of COVID. This is actually a big deal for me. Because I was teaching full-time. This is just before I started on Twitch. We had to switch to teaching remotely at the beginning of COVID. So I, with my students, we had to meet on Zoom. And some of these kids' parents were just kind of going crazy having the kids inside all day. And so to try and make things a little bit easier for them, I put together these visual guides. Here we go. Yeah, I did this for my TK students. I think that's transitional kindergarten. Immediately after COVID lockdown. But with them being in San Francisco, our window was aquarium live camps. I couldn't find anything like this online, so I just made it myself. The kids loved it, and so did the parents. So these were visual checklists that I put together so that when the kids were really bored at home, the parents could put on these aquarium live camps for them, and they could search for these different species. So the open sea one, it's got tuna, it's got mackerel, it's got dorado, and scalloped hammerhead sharks, and sandbar sharks, and molas, and green turtles. And so the kids didn't have to necessarily know how to read, but they could just look for these and then use a crayon and check that when they actually saw each of these different species. So I did that for the kelp forest and the open sea exhibit. And Yeah, they loved it. This was a lot of fun. It was, I was pretty proud of this. And the parents were really impressed. It was pretty cool. Yeah. And found them all. Draw an X next to the biggest fish in the aquarium. Draw an arrow next to the fastest fish. Put a circle next to the fish that was the easiest to find. Draw a square next to the toughest fish to find. Put a star next to your favorite fish. Yeah. It was a lot of fun. Yeah. And thanks, Casey. Yeah. I figured some of the kids just, you know, find all the species really quickly. So it's like, you got to give them something else, you know? Yeah. Anyway, good to see you, Casey. I hope you're doing well. Howdy, howdy. My only real regret with this was that I didn't do original artwork. That would have been way too time consuming. This alone took long enough to put together. To really like do it nicely and try and get the fish scaled more or less while still getting them all to fit and everything else and all of that. And I was doing all of this, I think, on a laptop at the time. I don't think I even had like a desktop computer. I was doing all this with like a little trackpad. I sent it to the Monterey Bay Aquarium and they're like, this is really cool, but we cannot use it because obviously the images are just taken from various places online. I'm just putting this together as a little activity for my kids. But if they should have, honestly, what they should have done was been like, hey, this is a really cool idea. We're going to hire an artist and pay them to do original illustrations of all these. Or maybe they even have like images, you know, they're under their copyright or whatever. They're the Monterey Bay Aquarium. They probably have some kind of imagery they can use. And they could have made their own, but they had other stuff going on.
We knew only that they vanished. Now we know the dinosaurs ruled the land longer than any creature before them or since.
Lardverse, thank you for the raid and welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Thanks for joining us. How was your stream? I hope it was really good. To introduce you to this channel and what we're all about here on Paleontologizing, let me play a quick little channel trailer for you. It'll give me an opportunity to go run to the bathroom real quick. So I will be right back. But this is what I'm all about. And after this, we'll get into the Dolly Parton stuff about different species and scientific things that have been named after Dolly Parton because she was a beloved figure and it's really sad to hear about her passing today. But man, does she leave behind a really cool legacy. Anyway, I will be right back. Thank you for the raid, Lardverse. Welcome to Paleontologizing. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and this is Paleontologizing. Science isn't just test tubes and beakers and white lab coats. What we're doing out here is science, too. We're testing hypotheses by excavating these fossils. Join me for museum tours, interviews with other paleontologists, audience Q&A, 3D printing. It's pretty big. Who thought this was a good idea? And of course, live dinosaur digs. A limb bone from a new duck-billed dinosaur. I invite you to tune in and experience the adventure of fossil science. There we go. Yeah. Thank you again, Lardverse. Let me know if you've got any fossil science questions. And I'm glad you had a good stream. Thanks again for bringing everybody over. We're gonna get us started with this. The scientific legacy of Dolly Parton We'll start off with just basics about her life first. We've got a little, like, video obituary, special report. We find something better than CBS, though. CBS is kind of trash. Oh, goodness. I guess CNN is a step up.
We have some breaking news that we are very sorry to report, and that is that Dolly Parton has died. Country music has no bigger or more beloved star than Parton, of course. Her career has spanned decades. This is a social media video making the announcement.
Hey everyone, my name is Brian Seaver, son of Cassie Parton, and I'm representing the Parton and Owens family today, announcing the passing of my Aunt Dolly Rebecca Parton Dean, sister, sis, Aunt Granny to one generation and Gigi to the next. This video announcement is something Dolly asked of me years ago, before I fully absorbed it as a future reality. As her head of security for more than 2 decades, a role my father Larry held before me, I have imagined the heaviness of this moment, but haven't truly felt it until now.
Really? Okay. Well, okay. Sorry, I'm jumping the gun.
The sadness lies with us, not with Dolly. Dolly has lived in the light and is in the arms of Jesus, surely met by Carl, her parents, and countless others who have watched her and longed for her to meet them in the heavens. I first went on the road with Dolly as a kid, getting a taste of the road life in the early 1980s. Dolly opened doors not just for me, but for her entire family to reach the potential we didn't even know was possible. Dolly also opened doors for generations of singers, songwriters, musicians, and dreamers from every walk of life and across every continent. By her example, we believe that anything was possible. She never...
He said every continent? Probably Antarctica too, to be honest. I bet you there's been more than one Dolly Parton song that's been played through the speakers at a research base in Antarctica or aboard an aircraft or a seagoing vessel or something.
Never saw
Gotta
a
be
door she
Casey,
couldn't
yeah.
open, and the doors she opened made and changed history.
I mean, I say this because she seems to have had a special place in the heart of a lot of different scientists. If Antarctica is a continent for science, as it's sometimes described, I'm sure she had a presence there, you know?
My family and I have shared a lifetime of beautiful memories with Dolly, but so have you. She has always been on your television, your record player, your CD, and on your phone playlist, becoming an extended part of your family whether you liked it or not. Our family and the team she has entrusted with her legacy will work diligently to ensure her spirit will live with us forever. Dolly was a farmer, just like her daddy. He farmed the soil, she farmed songs and happiness. Dolly called me and said she wants to rest in a beautiful bed of plush cotton because after a life wearing heavy rhinestones, she finally deserves to be comfortable and have some rest. Rest in peace, Aunt Dolly, Aunt Granny, Gigi. May God bless Dolly Parton, and may God bless you all. She will always love you.
That emotional message coming from the nephew of Dolly Parton, Brian Seaver, there with a tribute to the late singer who was 80 years old. Just a few days ago, she gave an interview to People magazine talking about recent health challenges, but saying that she is going to continue working. Suffice to say that in light of that interview, this news is a surprise to us all.
Yeah, it's a surprise. It's a shock. She had a beautiful, long life and has been an inspiration to many, but this is something that a lot of people are certainly going to be feeling. Let's take a look back at Dolly Parton's legacy. Here's more from Elizabeth Wagmeister.
A beloved country queen, known for her vulnerable and poetic lyrics, like in her classic hit, Jolene.
Jolene, Jolene. It's funny, I didn't even make this connection until like a minute ago when somebody mentioned Jolene in the chat. Casey mentioned Jolene. That's a song that I used to sing all the time with the ukulele. Changing around some of the lyrics to make it about science funding. Jolene, I'm begging of you, please don't take my grant. It's one of my favorite songs to sing. Yeah.
Dolly Parton's music was as popular as her bold style, composing and performing booming anthems like 9 to 5 that resonated with office workers everywhere.
Pour myself a cup of ambition.
She ranks among the most successful country recording artists of all time, with nearly 50 albums and more than 25 #1 hits. A superstar who often sang about her humble small-town Tennessee roots.
She made my coat of many colors that I was so proud of.
The fourth of 12 children, she started singing hymns in
12
church.
children, holy
Dolly
cow.
moved to Nashville after high school graduation, aiming for work as a songwriter.
I was just trying to make a living, trying to find what I wanted to do, to have my songs recorded.
The petite singer modeled her signature style after a woman known for her promiscuity in her hometown.
She was the prettiest thing I'd ever seen. I was very impressed by the big hair she had, the lipstick and the nails and the high heel shoes.
Dolly got noticed quickly, scoring a recording deal and a regular gig on the Porter Wagner Show.
You know that was the last thing on the mind. She was a union gal too?
Their collaboration lasted
That's
7
awesome,
years.
Lady Likes.
She wrote a song about parting ways with Wagner, and it became a smash, first in 1974. And again when Whitney Houston recorded it nearly 2 decades later.
Her version of that was spectacular.
Kind of became her signature song, right?
It as being our song.
Dolly said music made her a crossover success.
It was a song that got me everywhere I've ever been.
She wrote the theme to 9 to 5 and landed a lead role in the movie.
And I shot a hole clean through my purse.
Some of her other films include The Best Little Whorehouse in Texas.
There's nothing dirty going on.
And Steel Magnolias.
Young lady, you've just landed yourself a job.
Her many job titles included author, theme park owner, and philanthropist, from setting up a literacy program for impoverished children to funding research for a COVID vaccine.
Yep. I mean, pretty extraordinary. We talk about science funding all the time on this channel, and how it's in really dire straits, I should say, in the United States. She helped with that. Somebody who put her money where her mouth is. She actually helped fund scientific research. I think it was the Moderna vaccine in particular. Who knows how many lives that saved. She helped make that happen, you know.
Vaccine, I'm begging of you, please don't hesitate.
She stayed low-key about her charity work, insisting she saw herself as a musician first.
My music is everything to me, and that is what I grew from.
Dolly said her career was shaped by her family, faith, and ambition.
So, dire straits, Mark Knopfler also has a dinosaur named after him. Mashiacosaurus knopfleri is named after Mark Knopfler, who I think is the lead guitarist for Dire Straits.
Yeah.
God first, me second, and I've been able to maneuver and live my life based on that and use my talent to the best of my ability.
Indeed, she did, writing an estimated 3,000 songs and earning countless awards and honors, including a Grammy Lifetime Achievement Award and enshrinement in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, an event Dolly dominated, even out-rocking the rock stars in 2022.
Holy cow, 4 years ago? So she was like 76 at the time? Jeez.
She released her first rock album at the age of 77 and often collaborated with younger singers.
Holy cow.
It all helped make Dolly Parton one of America's most beloved artists, with fans and admirers that spanned generations.
Sweet by and by, we shall meet on that beautiful shore.
Elizabeth, I mean, this news comes as a shock in part because, as we mentioned a moment ago, she'd done this interview with People magazine that was published last week, in which she acknowledged health challenges, but she said that her work still continued, that she was still staying busy.
That's right. And we all have known that Dolly has been suffering from some health challenges in recent years. She was very public with that, always coming forward to share videos with her fans. And she was always as spunky as ever. I mean, there was only one Dolly Parton. So even though we knew that she had some health struggles in recent times, this does come as a shock because, as you said, we just heard from her and we've seen her recently. And there's only one Dolly, and look at her.
There's only one Dolly. Well, I think that provides us an excellent segue into part of her scientific legacy here. Because for a while, there was more than one Dolly. Check it out.
Dolly the sheep was a sensation when she first appeared before the world. A scientific breakthrough, fascinating but also menacing. Dolly was cloned by taking a body cell from sheep A, fusing that cell's DNA with an egg cell with its nucleus removed from sheep B. This fused cell developed into an embryo, which was placed in the uterus of a surrogate mother, sheep C.
If I remember, well, here, I won't... Calling it a punchline makes it too dignified, but I won't give away the punchline here, but I think I know where that body cell came from. I think it has something to do with why the sheep was named Dolly, after Dolly Parton.
The resulting lamb, in this case Dolly, is a clone of sheep A. These were Dolly's so-called siblings, identical sisters, all cloned from the same sheep. Professor Kevin Sinclair worked with them and knew Dolly.
It was a step change in our understanding of early development, which ultimately led several years later in 2006 to the discovery that you can actually induce somatic cells. These are sort of cells that belong to the body to become embryonic-like cells. That has the potential to divide into other cell types.
There's so much that was learned from this whole procedure about development in mammals, from a single cell into an organism. It was a breakthrough at the time. Nowadays, we look at this as being a little bit quaint. This is almost routine in this kind of research, but this was a breakthrough.
Dolly's greatest legacy, advances in what we call stem cell research. The ultimate, but still elusive goal, is to use cloning technology to create healthy tissues which can be transplanted to heal damaged cells and organs. But back in 1997, Dolly seemed to raise more frightening issues.
And I don't even want to get into the whole frightening issues thing. Let's, here, I'll take a look at... Whoop. Nope. Here we go. Why she was called Dolly. And let me make sure that we've actually got that in here and aren't barking up the wrong tree. There we go. It is in here. Good.
The headline on the other major news story today, to which we intend to devote some time, is very simple. Hello, Dolly.
In February of 1997, a Finn Dorset sheep named Dolly sent waves of future shock around the world.
The first living, breathing clone of an adult mammal.
It's possible we're seeing a scientific explosion comparable to the atom bomb or the moon rocket or DNA itself.
For many, it was a case of science gone too far.
Are we acting more like the creator than creatures? Are we trying to play the role of God and all this?
I've never understood that. Like, I don't want to get too sidetracked here, but I find it baffling to the point, it's almost maddening how people can look at environmental destruction, the human-caused extinction of entire species, and they go, oh, whatever. But you clone one sheep and people go, oh my gosh, are we playing God? Like, Those priorities are so out of whack. It's infuriating.
Predictions multiplied about just what this breakthrough would bring.
Soon it will be possible to give her thousands of absolutely identical sisters.
Animals could be cloned with human diseases and new therapies tested on them.
Endangered species can take heart.
This is not an elaborate, sophisticated technique. It means that any decent college or graduate school student could potentially clone a human being.
No, and it's literally... I don't think that's ever been done. There was that case in China, but didn't that turn out to be a hoax or something? I didn't really follow up on that. Hello, Sweetie Pie. How are you doing? Well, people clone pets all the time now. Or at least there are businesses that claim to be able to clone pets. In some of these cases, they have been scams. Like, it's been a hoax, but I think it is a legit thing. Yeah. Yeah, how are you doing, Sweetie Pie? Yeah. And did she donate money for Dolly to be cloned? No, I think what had happened was that she was named Dolly because I think they took mammary cells from one of the sheep in order to actually produce the clone. Let's see.
A lot of the cloned animals previously had died, born and then died.
But this particular lamb got onto its feet very quickly and started bleating and looking to get its first feed of milk from its mother.
After the delivery, it was John Bracken's wisecrack that christened little 6LL3 with the name forever etched in the annals of scientific achievement.
I turned to my colleague and said, the lamb has been created from mammary cells, and basically I thought it would be a good idea to call her Dolly after Dolly Parton. I don't think I need to explain any more than that.
There you go. Sweetie Pie, hey, quit it. Stop messing with the camera. That's why she was named Dolly. Yeah. Stupid reason. Yeah. I bet Dolly Parton loved it, though. I think she did, Casey. That's the thing, is that she was a really pro-science, from what I understand. And the thing is, this kind of started a sort of a trend. I don't know. Maybe it didn't start a trend. Maybe Dolly Parton was just such a giant in our culture that everybody knew her. She's just instantly recognizable. I think it's that, plus the idea that she seemed to be very pro-science. A lot of scientists had a deep affection for Dolly Parton. Rightfully so. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a bunch of different instances of her funding scientific research on a small scale. But we'll look into that in a minute. First, got a landlord here who is demanding payment. Sweetie Pie. Yeah. What are you doing? What are you doing? Okay. Let's get you paid, huh? Yeah? Stop pushing the camera around. Oh, what's this? What's in here? Oh, too many, sorry. Let's take some of these. There we go. What do you think? Good stuff? Yeah. Spartan says, pro science, very supportive of all types of people. She said, find out who you are and be yourself with all your heart. See, that's why she's remembered so fondly. There's a lot of music artists, there's a lot of theme park owners, there's a lot of celebrities. Dolly Parton was somebody really, really special. And I think we're seeing that now. She will be remembered very fondly. She was a legend. And she'll live on through what she did, and also based on the things that people named after her. From the first ever cloned mammal that lived to adulthood, to dinosaur specimens, new species of organism, all kinds of stuff. So we'll be talking about that now. Anyhow. What do you think? Good stuff, sweetie pie? Are you enjoying? Yeah. You were hungry. My goodness. Hungry pie. Good stuff? Good stuff? What do you think? What do you think? Yeah? How's that? How's that? What are you looking at me all expectantly for? What? You gonna eat me too? Yeah? And that is really cool, Mikey likes. I didn't realize that. Permanent employment program for the county she grew up in, which was, I know Dolly was immensely proud of where she grew up, and she said it helped make her who she was, from what I understand. It's really cool that she wanted to, not just wanted to, but actually made it happen. Created an industry where she lived. And that word industry to me has super negative connotations, so it's weird to use it in a positive light. She gave people a means to support themselves and their families. And I suppose if you're somebody who has money like that, if you arrive at a place of financial overabundance, being able to pay that forward, it's a big deal, you know? The theme park, of course, led to other businesses in the area: hotels, restaurants, shops, gas stations, etc. Just like I've been talking about with Dawn of the Cretaceous National Fossil Beds. That's Jim Kirkland's dream for helping out eastern Utah and protecting those fossils. It's cool that Dolly Parton actually did that, you know? Yeah. Anyhow. What are you doing? You want some more treats? Alright, fine. Twisted my arm. There you go. Here you go. Just a few more. Hungry today, sweetie pie. Yeah, sweetie pie the muscle. Funky gibbon flavor. I don't want sweetie pie to develop a taste for primates, because if she does, it could be curtains for me, you know? Where are you going? You left some here. Anyway.
Looking to get its first feed of milk from its mother.
After the delivery, it was John Bracken's wisecrack that christened little 6LL3 with the name forever etched in the annals of scientific achievement.
I turned to my colleague and said, the lamb has been created from mammary cells, and basically I thought it would be a good idea to call her Dolly after Dolly Parton. I don't think I need to explain any more than that.
Okay.
The few at Roslyn who knew what made Dolly so special were sworn to secrecy.
We knew it was going to be a big story. We were going to get a lot of media scrutiny, and the top journals will not publish papers about things which have already been publicized.
They managed to keep Dolly under wraps from July until February. Then, just days before the news was set to be released,
somewhere or other, there was a leak. And because...
Anyway, I think part of why this was so... what the media really picked up on it was the cute nickname, too. Dolly. Kind of softened that, I think, which is important sometimes, you know? Yeah. Greta Blanca says, if Sweetie Pie eats him, will she take over the stream? I could live with that. I don't think you'd want to watch a Sweetie Pie stream, you know?
Because it was published in a Sunday paper.
She might do something like just play video games the whole time, and we all know that that could never succeed on Twitch, you know? Twitch is about science, after all. Anyway, here's a link to that video right there. Not like I'm rooting for it. Thank you, McGrath. A video from the Washington Post about Dolly Parton and the COVID-19 vaccine from Moderna, I believe it was. So, Dolly Parton was behind some of the funding. I really thought there'd be narration here. Let's just go with this.
Important piece of content in the show today.
And to that, we turn to
Bobby Gonzalez.
Well, I just want to let you...
What is this? It's amateur hour over here. There we go. Let's try this. I see that as a wait for the video.
Dolly Parton helped fund the scientists who worked beyond the hours of 9 to 5 to create the Moderna vaccine, and yesterday she recorded herself receiving her first dose with the hope of returning to a time when life is good again.
Vaccine, 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 vaccine. I'm begging of you, please don't hesitate.
Dolly Parton is getting a taste of her own medicine by getting her first dose of the Moderna coronavirus vaccine. The very shot she helped fund, giving $1 million to help get it across the finish line.
Well, hey, it's me. I'm finally going to get my vaccine. I'm so excited. I've been waiting a while. I'm old enough to get it, and I'm smart enough to get it.
Parton donated the money to Vanderbilt University Medical Center, which helped develop.
Nova Star says, I still get super sick after every booster. I mean, that means it's working. It's meant to trigger an immune response in your body. If there's a big response, that means that your immune system has recognized it as something harmful and is fighting against it, and that means afterward it'll remember that, you know? That's kind of the whole point. And Zenyatta says, I hope they don't try to blame her death on it. I mean, people online will do just about anything. It's like, well, people say, oh, well, she died from her own vaccine 6 years after she took it. Or, I don't know. But some of those same people, that's the funny thing about like a lot of conspiracy theory circles like that. Sometimes you get weird infighting. Be like, oh, well, bro, I heard Dolly Parton, she actually got replaced by a clone. She's not actually, well, she was replaced by a clone back in 1979, and hasn't been the real Dolly Parton since. Like, oh no, dude, bro, I heard she's still alive, and the one in the coffin is actually a hologram. Like, people say all kinds of crazy things online. When you don't care about whether or not something's true, you're kind of free to just make up whatever you want, and that's kind of how things are right now. But yeah,
Moderna jab. She was treated for injuries at Vanderbilt.
Ghost Fryer. Thanks for showing up, however briefly, and thank you for following. Good to have you here.
Medical Center, which helped develop the Moderna jab. She was treated for injuries at Vanderbilt after a car accident back in 2013, forging a bond with a doctor there, Naji Abumrad, later making a donation for coronavirus research in his name.
Oh, very cool.
And guess who gave her the shot?
Think you got it?
I got it.
Okay. That didn't hurt. Just stung a little bit, but that was from the alcohol pad, I think.
Yeah.
Mess up my beauty mark?
Okay.
I'm joking. You do what you gotta do.
The music icon is the latest high-profile senior trying to persuade people to get their shots, following Jane Fonda, Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Come with me if you want to live.
And Elton John. Even Britain's Queen Elizabeth has done her bit.
As far as I can make out, it was...
I know what? Bro, dude, I heard they all died. Elton John died, and Arnold, he died, and Jane Honda, bro, she died too. After she made all those cars, you know? Bro, I saw it on a reel, you know?
It was quite harmless. And it was very quick.
The Queen of England and the Queen of Country, keeping their tone friendly, but their message is clear.
I just wanted to encourage everybody, because the sooner we get to feeling better, the sooner we are going to get back to being normal. So I just want to say to all of you cowards out there, don't be such a chicken squat. Get out there and get shot.
She's just doing her part to make sure together you and I can get back to normal. A message for everyone, even Jolene.
There you go.
Hey, Andy.
Oh, Zenyatta, yeah, language. Sorry about that. We do have a pretty aggressive, like, automod thing. So if you just type it out without the cuss word, it should go through. Sorry about that. I try hard to keep this, like, all ages appropriate chat, and I know it might seem a little prudish, but our whole purpose here is to try and reach as wide an audience as possible with our science outreach. So, you know, it can seem a little restrictive, but no cussing as a rule. But yeah. Anyway, chicken squat. There you go, Macra. Yeah. Did she just say that? I think, yeah, huh? And Police, but yeah, don't remind me of stuff.
Just when I'm about to get myself together.
Today, the nation shed a collective tear for Dolly Parton.
A true loss to this world. I just hope that we can all, like, look to her example and do better for this world.
I mean, she had an incredible life. She did so much, and she was 80 years old. I understand the... I mean, I can... On an intellectual level, I can understand the impulse to... I can understand why people are sad, for sure. But... how lucky are we that she was here at all, you know?
Her statue in her hometown of Sevierville, Tennessee, a gathering spot for grief, as was her star on Hollywood's Walk of Fame.
She was the best person in the world. Are you kidding me?
In Nashville, laughter through tears, the favorite emotion of Parton's Steel Magnolia's character.
She was a beauty.
She was a real one. She really was, Anyati, absolutely. Spartan says she did more good than most saints. Yeah, shoot. I mean, a lot of saints were not good people. You know, who's that one guy who killed a camel and then told everybody it was a dragon? It's like cut a camel's head off with a sword, you know? Oopsie, Siska Hibiscus. Yeah, who was it? Maybe Maybe it's a spear, but yeah, St. George. Yeah. That guy killed a camel. He became a saint for killing an animal that he didn't, because he didn't. Imagine being so ignorant of animals and so violent that they make you a saint. Anyway. Just personally, I don't have a particularly good connotation for the word saint. Dolly Parton was a genuinely good person, it seems. You know? And I had no idea that's what actually happened. I don't know if it actually was Casey, but that's the story I tell myself because dragons aren't real. But yeah. Yeah. Oh, and Jandra says Connor, who's working for Alveus Sanctuary now, worked with the National Bald Eagle Foundation that Dolly started. I've met Connor before at TwitchCon last year. Super cool, Jandra. I didn't know that. So again, just this lady, she did a lot of good in the world, you know?
Gathering spot for grief, as was her star on Hollywood.
And Zenyatta says, I hope my St. Patrick did something cooler to gain his. Well, people say he drove the snakes out of Ireland, which is a place that never had any snakes to start with. So it seems like there's a lot of misunderstandings about animals in, like, saint mythology. And I'll just leave that there.
Hollywood's Walk of Fame.
Yeah. She was the best person in the world. Are you kidding me?
In Nashville, laughter through tears, the favorite emotion of Parton's Steel Magnolia's character.
She was a beauty. She had energy. She was a humanitarian. She saw the goodness in so many things.
Even online,
what a sad, sad day for country music.
People agreed how much they loved Dolly. Her Steel Magnolias co-star Sally Field saying if there are truly angels on earth, then we have just lost one. Reba McEntire posting, there will never ever be another you. The woman who loved wigs.
It's a paleontologist version of heaven.
Applebee's Boy 69, thank you for the follow. Your username made me laugh. Welcome to Paleontologizing.
The woman who loved wigs, plastic surgery, and acrylic nails. Tonight remembered for her genuine heart. Ann Thompson, NBC News.
We thank you for watching.
Anyway, that's interesting that Connor, who works for Alveus Sanctuary, seems like a nice guy, by the way. Again, I got to meet him outside of a panel at TwitchCon last year. He worked at a Bald Eagle Sanctuary that Dolly Parton helped fund. I bet you there's a lot of people who have Dolly Parton stories like that. One of the friends of this channel, Carrie Woodruff, has a Dolly Parton story too. Yeah, at first, just as we did an interview with Carrie, what was this? Last November, I think it was? Oh, this. Brand new interview series with the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology. The very first one is right now with Dr. Carrie Woodruff of the Frost Science Museum of Miami, Florida. Carrie's an old friend of mine. We used to dig up fossils together in Montana. And thank you, Murph. Holy cow. Thank you for those 10 gift subs there. Thank you again, Murph. Come on. There's Carrie. There's a visiting researcher who's staying with you right now. So, yeah. Thank you again.
Kintaro's in the background, but it's blurred. But...
Well, tell him hi for all of us. We've got 245 people watching right now, and they're excited to meet you. Would you mind introducing yourself real quick to anybody who might not be familiar with Carrie Woodruff?
Yes, I'm Carrie Woodruff. I'm the curator of vertebrate paleontology at the Philip and Patricia Frost Museum of Science in Miami, Florida. I did my undergrad and master's at Montana State University and my PhD at the University of Toronto and Royal Ontario Museum.
So yeah, so I know Carrie from back in Montana. Used to spend a lot of time at Museum of the Rockies. And Carrie is a big Dolly Parton fan. And at one point named a dinosaur after her. Not a species or genus of dinosaur, but an individual dinosaur specimen. And I'll see if I can find you that video. I know there used to be an excellent video on the New York Post website of all places. And I think they've since gotten rid of that, unfortunately. They had an excellent video with Kerry Woodruff just explaining his research. No editorializing, no silly graphics, nothing like that. Just, here's the scientist talking about this. But this dinosaur was named after Dolly Parton. Get rid of the video. That's so frustrating. It was so good. Wait, is this it here?
We refer to that group of dinosaurs as sauropods. So
there we go. Haha, it's still here. Brilliant. Here's a link. Here's Carrie talking about this sauropod dinosaur. This was a really cool discovery. And
so Dolly was a kind of long-necked plant-eating dinosaur. We refer to that group of dinosaurs as sauropods. So something like Brontosaurus, like the Dino from the Flintstones, or the logo for Sinclair Oil. That's also a sauropod. And we estimate that Dolly would have been about a subadult animal, so probably 15 to 20 years of age when it died, and just about 60 feet, so just about 18 meters in total body length. They represent.
By the way, this is why we've got diplodocid dinosaurs all over the background today. Is in particular honor of Dolly Parton and this discovery that Kerry Woodruff and colleagues made. This is my clumsy way of doing a little tribute to Dolly Parton. I don't have any Dolly Parton stuff, but we've got diplodocids, members of the family Diplodocidae, like good old Diplodocus right here. That's what this is about.
Isn't the first evidence that we have of an avian-style respiratory infection. And when we looked at Dolly, we saw that in these pleurocells, which are normally very, very smooth bone, we saw that in Dolly, the edges of these pleurocells were really rough and irregular.
So the closed captions are a little bit wrong there. It's not pleural cell, it's pleurocell. One word. So pleurocells are like hollow spaces in the bone. It's part of the whole pneumatic structure, and we'll see that in one of the figures here, I think. This is one of my favorite scientific figures here. I'll just pull it up. There we go. I love this figure right here. So this is from Carrie's paper. Everything that you see that's blue here is pneumatized. That's air. These dinosaurs were all full of air. So this, like, highly saturated electric blue here, these are big air sacs in the torso, just like modern birds have. This darker blue, kind of grayish blue in here, that's the lungs. And then this sky blue, baby blue, robin's egg blue, these are pneumatic spaces in the vertebrae like this. It's because there are these pneumatic spaces, these pleurocells, that you can have a respiratory infection spread to the bone in your neck. That's what this discovery is about. It's because of this structure here in this animal.
Cells were really rough and irregular, and coming out of them, basically imagine something that kind of looked like fossilized broccoli. It was this really irregular, gnarly, lumpy looking bone, something that we hadn't seen at all.
Yep. So there we go. That's what it looks like in the figure. I like that they just pause and show the figures from the paper in this video. Like, this is really good science journalism. You know, the New York Post is normally just a dish rag, just utter trash. But this is commendable. Like, good work to whoever did this. Oh, Reuters. Okay, never mind. That's so funny. Lifestyle by Reuters. Thank you, Reuters, I guess, for doing this. Is there even a byline? Who wrote this? Okay, I guess it wasn't New York Post. Never mind. New York Post is a rag. Congrats to Reuters on doing excellent science journalism.
Air sacculitis with associated osteomyelitis. So that's just the fancy way of saying that Dolly had a respiratory infection with a secondary bone infection. And we see these same kinds of structures in birds today. We see air sacculitis, and it can be caused by several features. So it can be bacterial in origin, but the most common respiratory infection today, and the one that shared not 100%, but many similarities with what we saw in Dolly, is actually a fungal derived infection called aspergillosis.
Yeah. So there's another figure from the paper right there. So they did a CT scan of that cervical vertebra, big neck vertebra, and they see all this stuff on the inside that's consistent.
So we know
with
in birds that have air sacculitis today, they oftentimes will show flu or pneumonia-like symptoms. And this entails coughing, sneezing, fever, sore throats, diarrhea, weight loss, things like that. And these are all of the exact same symptoms that we all have experienced when we've had respiratory disorders. So that's really kind of cool, because that means you can hold that infected bone of Dolly in your hand and know that 150 million years ago, you probably felt just as crummy as you were when you're sick as Dolly did. Now,
interesting connection there.
Killed Dolly.
But yeah, there's Kevin the aspergillosis emote there. Go follow Science Streams if you want to get an emote of this kind of fungus. They're talking about that critter all the time. It's cool stuff.
We don't know, because again, we don't see the sign in the bones. But in birds today, without medical treatment, air sacculitis is largely lethal. And we also know that, today herding animals, like these sauropods would have been, that sick animals often just kind of fall behind. So whether or not Dolly just keeled over from this disease or was isolated and visibly weak and would have been a good target, and an easy meal for a predator, we can't say. But I do think that this disease ultimately caused the death of this animal.
And there's that figure there. Yeah. Excellent stuff. Really good science journalism from Reuters. Just
again, because we've all had respiratory illnesses. We've all been sick. We've all had a sore throat. We've all been, coughing and sneezing. Again, we can relate to, we can know exactly the same symptoms, how crummy Dolly was feeling when it was going through this illness. And I think that's amazing. And I don't personally know of another fossil with an injury or a trauma or disease that I've been able to relate to as much.
Cool stuff. That dinosaur named after Dolly Parton. Again, not a species, but an individual specimen. This is a nickname for that particular animal. That individual. Here we go. The first known case of an avian-style pulmonary infectious disease in a non-avian dinosaur. This is back when Kerry was at the Great Plains Dinosaur Museum in Malta, Montana. He's moved up in the world since then. Now at the Frost Museum in Miami, Florida. Scientific reports. Let's see if we can take a look at the paper itself. And I wonder if Dolly Parton is mentioned. For a new genus or species of dinosaur, you'll have a little section in the paper with the etymology. They'll show where their name came from. I don't think they'll do that for an individual specimen, but I wonder if Dolly Parton will still get an acknowledgement in the paper. I would not be shocked. Let's see. Oh, and that's lousy, Conrad. I didn't know that. Reuters. It's tough to do journalism nowadays. I guess it's not shocking that some of these like legacy publishers are doing what effectively count as like scams. It's saying the word Parton isn't showing up here, but let's see if... Okay, it is. Anyway, this specimen is named after Dolly Parton. MOR 7029, that's a Museum of the Rockies specimen, an immature individual tentatively identified as indeterminate Diplodocene. So that's not Diplodocus necessarily. They're not sure which species it is. But it is a close relative of Diplodocus. Not just a Diplodocid, but a Diplodocene. Diplodocenes are the subgroup of Diplodocids that include Diplodocus. So if it's not Diplodocus, it's a very close relative. So, yeah. The word Dolly doesn't even show up in it, but that's okay. Again, like in the scientific paper, you might not have a nickname for the specimen listed there. But, yeah. And here's a cool blog post about this from Matt Wadle and Mike Taylor's blog, Sauropod Vertebra Picture of the Week. Matt Wadle is one of the authors on this paper. Yeah. He posts on Dolly here and here. Oh, cool. I didn't know Matt Wadle did a video on this. That's super neat. Really cool.
Hi, I'm Matt Wadle, and this is my friend, Dr. Kerry Woodruff. We're both paleontologists, and we work on giant long-necked dinosaurs like Brachiosaurus. A while back, Kerry came to me with a mystery. He'd found a sick dinosaur, and he was putting together a team of scientists to figure out what made that dinosaur sick. Kerry's sick dinosaur was nicknamed Dolly. Dolly was a relative of Diplodocus from the Jurassic period of Montana. 3 of the vertebrae from Dolly's long neck had weird bumps of bone that looked like cauliflower. What's especially strange is that the weird cauliflower bone was growing in Dolly's air sacs. Wait, what? What's an air sac? Dinosaurs and birds have air-filled bones.
Yep.
We know something about air-filled bones because we have some. The sinuses in our heads.
Yep.
In our foreheads, and in our cheeks, and in the spaces behind our nose, we have air-filled bones that are connected back to our nasal airways by thin tubes. And for our sinuses to grow in the first place, and for them to stay healthy, those tubes have to stay open. Now,
so what's really interesting is that Matt Wadle, his background is in anatomy, and that's actually what he teaches nowadays. He's a paleontologist who he works at I think a veterinary college, or maybe it's a medical school, I forget. But he teaches anatomy to medical students, effectively. He's more on the anatomical, biological side of paleontology. And Kerry Woodruff is a little bit more on the geological side of paleontology. Kerry Woodruff, he went to Montana State. That's where I think he did his undergrad and his master's. That's a very geology-heavy school. At that school, paleontology falls under the banner of geology. It's in the earth sciences department. At other schools, like at Berkeley, just down the road from me, paleontology is part of integrative biology. So paleontology it can be thought of as like a mix of geology and biology. So different paleontologists might have more training in the biological side or the geological side. Kerry, I think, is more on the geology side of things. Matt Wadle is more on the biology anatomy side of things.
Air doesn't circulate through our sinuses because they're cul-de-sacs. They're blind-ended. There's nothing pushing air from the other side. So air just sort of has to diffuse in and out of our sinuses. So now we know two important things about our sinuses and about air-filled bones in general. One is they tend to just be blind-ended sacs, cul-de-sacs. And the second thing is they have to stay connected to the outside to stay healthy. In us, the sinuses don't do very much. They're just these weird little spaces off to the side of our nasal passages. But sinuses are really important in lots of other animals, especially big animals, like cows and rhinos and elephants, because the air-filled spaces make the heads of those animals light and easy to lift. Birds have sinuses in their heads too, but they also have air-filled bones in the rest of their skeletons, including the vertebrae in their backbones. And some dinosaurs had air-filled spaces in their vertebrae too. Those air-filled bones made their long necks lighter and easier to lift. In us, the sinuses have to stay connected to the outside air to stay healthy. And we know from experiments that the same is true in living birds. Birds use air sacs, like balloons. The blue spaces in this drawing help them breathe air into their lungs. These air sacs spread throughout their body, including a pair that are tube-shaped and run up the neck, bringing in air from the outside.
John Drew says there's a third branch of paleontology focusing on plants. Not really. I mean, so paleobotany is definitely a thing, but it also has the same kind of split, where there are paleobotanists who are much more on the geological side of things, where most of their education, well, maybe the school that they went to, you know, in that school, paleontology is under the banner of earth sciences, or under the banner of life sciences. But I know paleobotanists who are much more on the botanical side of things, where like most of their education has been in like modern plants, and they apply that to the fossil plants. I know paleobotanists whose primary background is in geology, and then they know a lot about botany too, but like they're geologists first and foremost. That's how they do paleobotany. So it's the same kind of deal. You also get that for, you know, non-animal or plant organisms. Paleontologists who study ancient fungi or protists or stuff like that. Paleontologists who study foraminifera or diatoms or what have you. They might be more on the biological side of things or more on the geological side of things, you know? So it applies to paleontology as a whole. Paleobotany is part of paleontology. I want to make that very clear. Paleobotany is just the study of fossil plants. And then you have, say, like me, dinosaur paleontologists who study dinosaurs. That's also under the banner of paleontology. You have a vertebrate paleontology, I guess. And then you have invertebrate paleontologists, paleobotanists, micropaleontologists, all kinds of stuff. So yeah. It's not like it's all of paleontology, whether you study plants or diatoms or forams or dinosaurs or fossil fishes or whatever. You usually are a little bit more on the biological or the geological side of things. And that's often like an artifact of just how these things are organized in academic departments, if that makes sense. So yeah. Anyway.
These tubes make air holes in the sides of the neck vertebrae. You can see this for yourself in a chicken or a turkey. This is a neck vertebra of a turkey that I cleaned up after Thanksgiving. And you can see that it's got these air spaces on either side.
That's so cool. They're so big.
Long air tubes from the respiratory system ran up along the side of the neck like this. So there's an air tube lying next to the vertebra, and that's also how the air got into the bones, because those air tubes made air holes in the side of the bone, right there and right there. The air spaces in the vertebrae don't help birds breathe, but they are connected to the respiratory system, so air can get in there. We can see the same thing in vertebrae of dinosaurs. Now, this is not a real dinosaur vertebra.
Looks like a 3D print.
This is a 3D print made from a CAT scan of a neck vertebra from an animal like Dolly, a relative of Diplodocus. And this is only about half of life size, so it's small enough to handle. But we can see some of the same things that we saw in the turkey. We can see that loop of bone that surrounds the space that the air tube passed through. And we can also see air holes going into the side of the vertebra. And that's how the air spaces in the bone were connected all the way back to the lungs and air sacs in the animal's body.
So this is really cool. It shows you just how full of air these animals would have been. It's not an exaggeration to say that these guys they're all full of air, you know? And you can see that right here where the cervical ribs come off right there. There's that tube, like Matt was describing right there, that runs along. Zoop. But then you have these hollows. I think that's what we call pleurocells, that run, they basically invade the sides of the vertebral centra. Really cool stuff.
And then, through the windpipe to the outside. So these air spaces,
balloon
like
animals,
our sinuses, they're just really long.
Not the worst way to describe them. Yeah.
Or dead ends. And it's right here in this airspace on the side of the vertebra that we find that weird cauliflower-looking infected bone.
Really cool.
Air got into Dolly's neck vertebrae through air tubes, like those in birds. But that's not all that got in. Just like we can breathe in germs, so did Dolly. Some of those germs got into the air spaces in her neck where they didn't belong and got stuck there. And that's what made Dolly sick. Our team used CAT scans to take a closer look at that weird cauliflower-shaped bone that was growing in Dolly's neck vertebrae. And we found that it's very similar to what happens in living birds today when they get a really bad infection in their respiratory system. Now, here's the really sad part of the story. Dolly was sick.
M. Cherno says it must have made it easier to hold up those huge cantilevered heads and necks. Exactly. I think it strikes some people as surprising to learn that these are extremely efficient animals. They are supremely well evolved to be walking around on land. They're exquisite. Matt Wadel, who's speaking here, actually calls them, kind of jokingly and kind of not, God's most perfect creatures, the sauropods. He loves sauropods. He's a sauropod expert, specializes in these animals. They're his favorite. But you look at this creature and you go, well, that's huge. It's really big. It's excessive. It's, this big clunky thing. But no, there's this underlying elegance to them. They're supremely well constructed for life on land. They're just extraordinary animals.
For so long that she got traces of it in her skeleton. You have to be sick for at least weeks, probably months, and maybe even years to get the kind of unhealthy bone growth that Dolly had in response to being sick.
Nice.
And we also know that Dolly didn't heal from being sick. So although we can't be 100% sure that this is what killed her, we know she was still sick when she died. So, that's kind of a sad story for Dolly, but it's a cool story of science for us. And it brought together a really cool team of paleontologists, anatomists, and veterinarians to figure it out. If you'd like to know more, our paper on Dolly and her respiratory infection was published today in the journal Scientific Reports.
Very cool.
It's open access. That means it's free to read for anybody in the world, whether you have a subscription or not. If you'd like to read more about this project, and about weird stuff in dinosaurs and birds, check out my blog, Sauropod Vertebra Picture of the Week.
SVPOW for short. Yeah, good stuff. Here, I gotta subscribe to Matt Wadel's channel. I didn't realize he did videos like this. This is great. Baby box turtle gets a banana stuck on her beak. Oh, baby box turtle versus finger. I like this.
I like turtles.
Very cool. Yeah. Huh. We need to bring Matt Wadel on for an interview at some point. But anyway, really cool stuff here. Yeah. Wait, hang on. We can get a 3D print, a 3D model of Dolly's vertebrae? That's super cool. I wonder if these are available for download, and if not, I wonder if I could convince Whitmer Lab to let me print them at home. Send me the files. That's super cool.
Rampaging in an unsuspecting world.
Hang on.
Living creatures from the
well.
What havoc will they
Supreme Doom.
What lives will they destroy?
Thank you for the raid.
What depths of panic and terror will they create?
Supreme Doom, how was your stream? I hope it was really good. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's great to have you here. We are talking a little bit about the scientific legacy of Dolly Parton, who I just learned this morning, has passed away at the age of 80. She had a big impact on science. So we're going over some of the different scientific concepts and specimens and species that were named after Dolly Parton. And one of them is this long-necked sauropod dinosaur. This individual specimen was nicknamed Dolly, and this is the first example of an avian-style respiratory disease and a non-avian dinosaur. A friend of mine published on this a few years back. Really cool stuff. Anyway, we're going to go through a few other examples of, like, Dolly Parton in science. We already covered Dolly the sheep, named after Dolly Parton. And soon we'll get to a species of lichen named in Dolly Parton's honor a few years back. But yeah. Anyway, welcome, everybody. Linda's Crochet, Xylera, the Crafty Cub, and Blade Zeus, and Supreme Doom. How's everybody doing? It's good to have you here. Let me quickly introduce you to this channel and what we're all about here with a little channel trailer video. It's good to have you here. Welcome to Paleontologizing.
My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and this is Paleontologizing. Science isn't just test tubes and beakers and white lab coats. What we're doing out here is science, too. We're testing hypotheses by excavating these fossils.
Join me for museum tours, interviews with other paleontologists, audience Q&A, 3D printing. It's pretty big. Who thought this was a good idea? And of course, live dinosaur digs.
A limb bone from a new duck-billed dinosaur.
I invite you to tune in and experience the adventure of fossil science. Welcome. We'll be doing some more 3D print assembling in just a little bit, too. I've got a life-size Diabloceratops skull. All the pieces of it are now printed, so we can do final assembly. It's gonna look like this. And it is bigger than I thought it was gonna be. I'll put it that way. It's gonna be a struggle to keep this within view of the camera, because it's kind of too big for the frame. But, yeah.
Astonishing. Simply astonishing. One of the most singular specimens I've encountered in all my distinguished career.
Thanks for the follow.
But enough about my work. What did you want to show me?
Good stuff. Thank you, Persephone. No, it's going to be even, well, it'll be cool to actually assemble this thing. We'll do that in a little bit. But yeah. And MChav, how are you doing? Hello. Yeah. But the, here we go. That paper with Dolly the dinosaur is right here, if that's what you're after. Somebody was asking about this. There we are. In the journal Nature Scientific Reports.
I can see that my
Salamander
50,000 a year has been well spent.
Thank you for the 42 months at tier 3, no less.
So
Holy
tonight,
cow.
my friend and I were at the pub talking about how my mom and I hoped Dolly would resume her Vegas residency. Then we're sitting at the bus literally 30 minutes later when he just curses out loud and then says, hey. I just said, don't you dare say it. IDK how I knew, but the moment the words left his mouth I did.
Oh boy, but yeah, I don't know. It's interesting how this lady Dolly Parton touched so many different people's lives, including so many different scientists. I feel like we all kind of have a Dolly Parton story, whether it's a song that we heard at a particular time in our lives, or movie, or visiting Dollywood like a lot of people did, or something science related too. Like, this dinosaur specimen, not the genus or species, but that individual specimen, which is now famous, named after her.
Here's something stranger than science fiction. Prehistoric fact.
And MChav, thank you for the follow. And Linda's Crochet, thank you for the follow as well a minute ago. I appreciate that. Welcome, welcome. Yeah. And you're in England right now. That's why you said pub. Okay, Salamander. I hope you're enjoying. Yeah. My sister got engaged today, so roller coaster of a day? Sounds like it. Shoot. Must be late where you are, Salamander. I hope you're having a good time. Sounds like this day's been all over the place. But I hope you're enjoying your trip to the UK. That's cool.
Within minutes, they were finding fossils.
And Xylera, thank you for the follow as well. Welcome, welcome. I appreciate you clicking that follow button. Thank you kindly. Anyway, here's a link to that paper. It doesn't mention the nickname Dolly or Dolly Parton in it, but just know that this individual dinosaur specimen is named after Dolly Parton by Kerry Woodruff. He's a big Dolly Parton fan. I hope he's having an okay day. But yeah. And nice. Almost 2 a.m. Holy cow. Do get some sleep if you need to. But thanks for being here. I appreciate your ongoing support. And tier 3, no less. Holy cow. So better. I appreciate you. Here's another link to Meet Dolly, the first dinosaur discovered with a case of the sniffles from Smithsonian Magazine. And it doesn't mention that she's named after Dolly Parton, but yeah. Is this one? Oh, there we go. Yeah. Dolly's remains were unearthed in 1990 and 2013 to 2015. The scientific name of Dolly's species will be revealed in a future study. The dinosaur appears closely related to the well-known Diplodocus. Oh, hang on. Is this... Hang on. Unless it's Gallimiopus, which I don't... Wyoming and Colorado. Oh, so you know what's going to happen? At some point, Carey and Co. are probably going to name this specimen as a new genus or species. And yeah, the researchers did not know Dolly's gender. Well, dinosaurs didn't have gender. Gender is a human thing. Biological sex would be what they have. Anyway, but the dinosaur was nicknamed after a famous singer. After Dolly Parton, of course, Woodruff said. I would not be shocked if Carey names this new species, or even new genus, after Dolly Parton. So keep an eye on this space. We'll see. Species named Dolly? I don't know. Yeah. Well, think Dollyplodocus Partoni or something. Who knows? Name the species after Dolly Parton? Maybe. We'll see, Puggo Wuggo. We'll see. Dolly Partoni, maybe? Maybe. Puggo Wuggo, yeah. Yeah. I kind of want to text Carey, actually, and just ask him. Here. There we go.
What belongs in
Sorry, I was typing an M dash, so I had to use the number pad, which is also my soundboard. Hi, Carrie. I'm sorry to hear about Dolly Parton passing. I know you're a big fan of hers. And I've been talking about your diplodocene paper from, what year was this? 2022, I think? Yeah. Along with Dolly the sheep, that lichen species named after her. Contribution she made to the Moderna vaccine, etc. Let's see. Can I ask whether the Dolly diplodocene specimen seems to be a new taxon, and whether you have plans to name it after Dolly Parton? Whether you might possibly have plans. And let's put an emoji in there. Be appropriate here. Yeah, how about the prayerful hands one? I promise I can keep things under wraps if you need me to. There we go. So if he does reply and asks me to keep it under wraps, I cannot tell you, chat. But here we go. Cool. We'll see if he replies. Anyway, here's a link to that SVPow article right there with the video, and let's jump into other species that have been named after Dolly Parton. 9 to 5 years Dolly Particus. Don't know a star. Well, that's the thing, is when you're naming it after a person, there's a particular kind of suffix that you'll need depending on some of the details. So, like, if it's named after a person, often it's something I, or something A, depending if they're masculine or feminine. If it's named after a group of people, then it's something aurum. A good example of that would be Patagotitan Maiorum. Patagotitan majorum. So I think it's named after some people whose last name was Mayor. That's my guess, anyway. So orum is the suffix for if it's named after more than one person. Weird. Anyway, Maiasaura peeblesaurum is named after the Peebles family. So if it's named after more than one person, it's usually orum. I think, yeah, there's a species of velociraptor that's named after a feminine person, a woman, Halska Asmolska. She was a female paleontologist. There we go. Passed away in 2008. Velociraptor Asmolskae is named after Halska Asmolska. Velociraptor Asmolskae right there. So if you're female or feminine, you'd use A. If you're masculine or agender, whatever, you use I. And then if it's multiple people, you use orum. So if it were named after Dolly Parton, it would be Partonae, I guess, rather than Partonae. But yeah. And if it's after a collective of only women, it should be Arum, though. Is that true, Zwerf? Huh. Today I learned, if that's the case. Interesting. But yeah. So anyway, we'll see what Carrie does. But, and I might not be able to tell you if he replies, so I want you to make peace with that right now. But, let's get into something that was named after Dolly Parton, and maybe this will actually provide our clue. Like how you might name this kind of thing. There we go. Interesting. Japawiela, Dolly Partoniana. Huh. It's a species of crustose lichen from this group, the Lechineraceae. Widely distributed in the Appalachian Mountains of eastern North America. Very fitting, I think. Nothing on YouTube, but so cool. You could find it on iNaturalist called Dolly's Dots. That's so cool. Yeah. And it's been spotted, wow, logged in a lot of different places. From southern Massachusetts down to southern Tennessee and up into Canada. What province is Ottawa in? Hang on. Don't tell me. Oh, my Canadian geography is extremely rusty. Really cool stuff. So this is a species of lichen. Lichen is this really interesting kind of organism. It's almost a joint venture, I think, between a plant and a fungus. But yeah. No, I don't think it's in Quebec, Claire. But yeah. The lichen was formally described as a new species in 2015 by Jessica Allen and James Lendemer. Type specimen is found in the Joyce-Kilmer Slick Rock Wilderness in North Carolina. Here it was found growing on exposed rock in a heath bald community dominated by arenaceous shrubs. like rhododendron. Cool. The specific epithet honors Dolly Parton, described by the authors as one of the most famous country singers of all time and a native of southern Appalachia. Very cool. It's surprising that this didn't seem to get more press attention. Oh, I love this. On the hunt for unloved, unstudied, yet super important lichen. James Lendemer is one of the few people taking stock of one of the world's most peculiar life forms. Let's see. Lichen are fungi that live together with algae. The fungus provides nutrients and shelter, while the algae synthesizes food from sunlight. Because they are completely self-sufficient, needing nothing but sunlight and a place to anchor, they can survive in many inhospitable environments like scorched desert cliffs and barren lava fields, as well as like icy tundras and all kinds of inhospitable, just places you would not want to live, you know? The biggest challenge to lichens is that nobody cares about them, he says. Add this to an overall scarcity of information, and you get a rather unloved and uncared for group of organisms. I bet Lendemer said, to those lichens, I will always love you. On the car ride to our third site, the conversation turned to Lendemer and Hoffman's recent field trip to North Carolina. The two had joined a biologist from the Forest Service to search for lichen in the Nanthala National Forest. On this trail was one known occurrence of Japawiella dollypartoniana, a species Lendemer had named after the actress and musician Dolly Parton, in honor of her Appalachian roots and to recognize her philanthropy in the area. Beyond being the excitable nerds we are, we decided it would be an excellent idea to get pictures of Dolly Parton's lichen with pictures of Dolly Parton, said Hoffman. So, prepared with printouts of Dolly, the three set out to find Dolly Partoniana, as well as the other lichens they were looking for. They spotted some of the small crustose lichen on a slender tree halfway up the trail, and immediately began posing for celebrity pictures with it, when a family of hikers appeared. The biologists explained themselves, as well as how the lichen got its name and its significance in the ecosystem. Initially, they chuckled and walked a while down the trail, said Hoffman. But before long, they actually came back. They asked us if they could pose with Dolly and her lichen. Turns out the hikers were big fans of Parton. It was a short interaction, but the hikers' interest in lichen warmed the scientists' hearts. And there you go. This is a different kind of lichen here. I wish we could have had some of the pictures here. Shoot. Let's do an image search and see if I can find that. There we go. Honoring a musical legend of the Southern Appalachians. And there's what it looks like right there. Dolly's dots. They got this published? Absolutely, Magreta Blanca. Yeah. Yeah. It's not uncommon for scientists to name new organisms after celebrities, musicians, sometimes like political figures, just well-known people. As we sat on that rocky summit, we could not help but think of the inspiring example of Dolly Parton. Miss Parton grew up in a small cabin on the edge of the Smokies in Tennessee, rising with humble roots to stardom. Just as we have climbed the great peaks of the southern mountains to document new and endangered lichens, she has climbed to the top of the music charts and been met with success. During her lifelong journey, Ms. Parton has strived to bring attention to and support her native region. With these thoughts in mind, we named the new species Jepawiela Dolly Partoniana, to honor Ms. Parton. Our paper describing the new Dolly Parton lichen is published in the most recent issue of Castanea, Journal of the Southern Appalachian Botanical Society. Naming a new species in honor of this renowned musician and philanthropist is the highest recognition that the botanical community can bestow, and certainly seemed more than appropriate. And it is true, like, when scientists name a species after somebody, that is like the biggest compliment we could possibly give them. That is us saying, hey, we really respect you. We love you. We want your name to live on forever in the scientific literature. And for an entire species to be named after you, that's the biggest deal we can think of, really. So it is appropriate. I think that's beautiful. Yeah. An interesting calculator, yeah. Cool stuff. So here's some of that habitat there. I was hoping for some of the photos with the Dolly Parton picture and this lichen, but anyway, cool stuff. And McGrath says, if you could have a species named after you, what would it be? Some kind of dinosaur. McGrath, that would be... Yeah. I would be most thrilled to have a species of dinosaur, or maybe some kind of Dermachelid turtle, a member of the leatherback turtle family. There's only one species around today. It's already got a name. But a fossil one would be really cool. But that said, it is rare, kind of rare, at least, I think of it as being rare, that a new species is named after a living person. Especially a living paleontologist. Given that that is one of the highest honors that we can bestow upon someone, to name a new species after them, it's often a posthumous thing. It's often after somebody has passed away. So I'm not holding my breath on having a new dinosaur or any other critter named after me, because I don't know. If you see in the news at any point that a new kind of dinosaur has been named after me, Danny Anduza, that probably means that I've died. So maybe let's wait on that. I would certainly not complain to have a dinosaur named after me while I'm alive. But yeah. That's often referred to people of true greatness like Dolly Parton, you know? So yeah. Anyhow. With that said, I was going to finish the assembly of our Diabloceratops skull on today's stream, but I think we've already been going for almost 5 hours at this point, and I've got a trip to Utah to get ready for. Good friend Ethan is getting married, and I guess I'm gonna help set things up there, and I've got stuff I need to bring, and a lot to organize. So I'm gonna wrap up a little bit early today. It's still after 6, but I started a little late today, so it still feels early. But Yeah. And there you go, Claire. Exactly, yeah. No stream set up either. At least I think so. But yeah. Anyhow. Let's go ahead and wrap this up. See who we can raid into today. So stick with me for just another minute at least as we go right into somebody else doing some science here on Twitch. There we go. Oh, very cool. Okay, hang on. I think I gotta share this. Hang on a sec. Carrie replied, awesome. Let's see. Would you mind if I hinted at this on my stream right now? Or should I keep it secret? We'll see what Carrie says. We'll see. And thank you, Sharkbait. Yeah, I know today was kind of a loosey-goosey stream, kind of all over the place. That's often how these things go. But, yeah. I should have checked this before I started the wrap-up procedure. Here, let's unwrap up for a second. Well, I maybe wait for a response here. I wonder how many other species have been named after Dolly Parton, if there are any other. Oh, shoot. How did I miss this? There is a fossil plant named after Dolly Parton. How did I miss this? Yeah. Dolly Parton lends her name to a 460 million year old fossil plant. Very cool. Country music singer and philanthropist Dolly Parton is an unlikely new namesake, a 460 million year old moss, which may have been among the first plants to grow on land. University of Oregon geologist Greg Ritalik discovered the fossil imprints of Dolly Parton. I love that just the name itself feels like kind of a pun. Not Dolly Parton, but Dolly Parton. So Phyton, phyto means plant, like phytosaur, oddly enough, the weird croc-like archosaur-y type things from the Triassic. Phytosaur is the name of plant lizard. Back when they thought that it was a plant eater, they named it that. Anyway, Dolly Parton, bucotil, along with several other species of mosses, lichens, and small plants called liverworts, in a 460 million-year-old rock accumulation from eastern Tennessee. The rocks, which held the fossils, once lay just a few miles from Parton's Dollywood theme park in Sevier County, Tennessee, which is how a country musician ends up with her name on an extinct moss species. That's so cool. The rock slabs, dotted with the imprints of long-dead plants and animals, have a colorful history of their own. In 1942, the U.S. had just entered World War II, and victory depended on millions of factory workers producing aircraft, tanks, ships, ammunition, uniforms, and more. Those factories needed electricity. Part of the solution took the form of hydroelectric dams, but I think they also needed... Okay, no, yeah. Like Douglas Dam on the French Broad River in Sevier County, Tennessee. So, the Tennessee Valley Authority was working on constructing this dam. As the TVA workers toiled, they unearthed huge slabs of rock that formed when North America was still part of the supercontinent Laurentia 460 million years ago. I'll show you an image of what that may have looked like. 460. The closest we're going to find is here. There we go. The planet looked very different back then. But there we go. Yeah. So Tennessee, oh, let's go to 470. There we go. Picture a little bit of land right here over Tennessee, and that's what we're talking about. Yeah, maybe just like that. And it's cool how much the continents have moved around. The further back in time we go, the hazier the picture gets, the less detail we have, but yeah. Anyway, back then, during what paleontologists called the Ordovician period, shallow seas covered most of today's land. Armored jawless fishes, called ostracoderms, patrolled those seas. Trilobites bristled with spines and nodules to protect themselves from being eaten. We've got brachiopods and tube-like filter-feeding graptolites and etc. It's a world dominated by the sea, but a few small, strange plants have begun to move onto land, as the Ordovician rocks of eastern Tennessee record the only evidence we have of these earliest land plants. A few sections of the rocks ended up at the University of Cincinnati and the Smithsonian in the 40s. And that's where Ritalik and his colleagues found them and took a closer look. It's another example of how dusty old museum collections can produce truly extraordinary new finds, he said in a recent statement to the press. Very cool. Anyway, neat stuff. Very, very cool. If you'd like to read the rest of the article, here is a link. So a fossil moss and a modern lichen, both named after Dolly Parton. Fitting tribute, I think. Anyhow. I'm probably bugging Carrie as he's trying to have dinner or whatever, so I will go ahead and wrap up this stream. And maybe I'll tell you tomorrow what he says. But let's commence our wrap up here. There we go. And we don't have a Jolene, do we? Hang on. Is there a Surf Rock Jolene? There might be. Hang on. Give me a second here. Do we have that already, or do you need to nab it real quick? Music. Nothing. Let's try this. From the Surfagettes. Big thank you to everybody about to show up in our credits here. There we go. Let's see who else is on. Science Streams is on. All of the new followers and the raiders, people who showed up for the very first time today. Thanks for sticking around and hitting that follow button and hanging out with us as we talk about natural history. Not just dinosaurs, but the whole history of life on Earth, up to and including the present. Thank you to the subscribers and the resubscribers, those people who make these streams possible through their ongoing financial contributions. I could not do this without your help, and I am deeply, deeply grateful to everybody who supports science outreach here on Twitch. Thank you to the moderators who keep this a safe and welcoming community for everybody. I appreciate you more than you know, mods, and I couldn't do this without you. So thank you. With that said, we're going to go right into science streams. Belint and Lita are two scientists who also stream here on Twitch. They do extraordinary science outreach. Maybe we'll hang out with them for a little bit. I hope to see you all tomorrow for our last stream of the week before I go back to Utah for the weekend.